All right, are we live? Are we live? I think we're live right now. Caribou Weather Dude YouTube channel. Joey in the studio here, and we got a lot to get through tonight, so be patient. I got to set the show up here first. We were going to have Storm Chaser Shannon Bolesky on. We were trying to get that done, but she's not available, and I think we got too much going on right now anyways, so maybe that's for the better. Just getting the live stream set up, everybody. Welcome to the show once again. Joey Only, Caribou Weather Dude YouTube channel. I'm the only channel of my kind in British Columbia, and struggle to get views on this show. So share it around because we're going to go through everything tonight. Going to go through everything, and we're going to give you lots of details about what's going on. So stay ready for a jam-packed show of severe storms that are going on, wildfire weather. Got some big new blow-ups today to talk about. I'm just getting the thumbnail put up right now. There that goes. There he goes. Okay. And yeah, I just came back from some storm chasing trips. So, I mean, I have my own stories to talk about if we even have time because there's so much happening in BC right now. There is severe thunderstorms that are cranking just west of Osoyoos. And that'll be what we probably look at first. And then we'll go look at wildfire situation as we get into it here. I'm just setting the show up. So what you could do is help me because I'm going to be sharing this around, trying to get people to come and watch the show because I'm the only one of my kind. Nobody else in the BC interior does what I do. In fact, I don't think anyone in British Columbia live streams like I do. So you're really, really stuck with me. That's what you're stuck with is Joey. Okay, I'm nearly ready to do my next thing here. Usually by now we'd have some of the other panelists showing up. We'll see when they get here. I don't think we're having meteorologist Mark tonight. Sounds like he's got company that he can't, that doesn't care about weather. That's okay. You got to do your thing there, Mark. So Brandon Hauk, I think we do get tonight, but not next week or the week after. So we may have some dad jokes to go through later on. Hopefully, Storm Chaser Hank Vliestra shows up. I know Frankie will be here at 7 p.m. when we start the radio show cut from 7. If you're new here, 7 to 8 p.m., we record the radio show that we send out to 4 radio stations every week. And I have a terrible cough I need to clear my throat on. I'm going to mute that for a second. I'm sharing this to the Facebook groups right now, trying to get some people to come to the show because a small-time BC weather show doesn't tend to get a lot of traction, but we'll do our best here to line it up for you, and hopefully we get some viewers here because we have so much important information about British Columbia and the situation we're in tonight. So if you give me one more minute to share it around. If you're watching this after the fact, you could probably skip 2 minutes from now. It'll take me about 2 more minutes of stalling for time just to looks like we got a new story. Kenmore airboat crash at Shallow Bay. 1 person killed, 1 person missing. So that's too bad. Also seen that my friends are mourning right now. Someone who has been missing in Williams Lake. We'll talk about that. Jenny Hagen's showing up right now. That's great. Jenny and I were just chasing storms in Alberta over the weekend. And she's a fantastic chaser herself. Hey, Jenny.
How goes it?
Good. Just setting things up, sharing it around and trying to get it out there. And I'm just about ready to kind of dig into things.
Sweet.
Yeah, good to see
Glad
you.
to join you guys tonight.
It's only been a couple days. Boom. What do we got in the board right here? Some severe action. Ooh, look at these nugs. 65. Did I see that? 65 dBz. That's a good radar return. That's got some nice hail in there. Usually 55 is about when I expect to see hail turning up. Severe thunderstorm in British Columbia right now. New lightning targets. There's a lot going on in BC. I don't know about Saskatchewan.
Way up north in Saskatchewan.
Are you? Oh, yeah, that's where the action is, right?
Yeah, that's where the action is, though a nice little one just has kind of popped up southwest of Brooks there. So starting to show a little hail core over Champion, just by Champion.
Let's go have a look at it. Oh, look at that. That's definitely fire smoke up by Clinton. From this fire, what's the name of it there? It's just to the west of Clinton. That's problematic. And I seen some lightning flashes up at French Bar Creek fire. So that one might be producing pyrocumulonimbus. Also, Vancouver people are talking about thunderstorms are moving into the area right now. Here comes Brandon Hauk. He can, you'll defer to him on the Brooks story here in a second. So Vancouver's about to take some rain and maybe some lightning. We definitely had lightning all across the south end of Vancouver Island here in the last little bit. Unfortunately, the lightning is a go today, like we expected. Oh, there is their Brooks storm. Boom!
Oh.
Yeah, look at that's a nasty nug.
So it's just starting to get a bit of a core on there, and I think it looks like it's tracking towards Vauxhall. Essentially straight.
61 dBz. Yeah, some good hail signatures. Up north is the tornado action, I think, today. A severe storm up there. There's not much for radar coverage when you get too far north. But this one looks like a pretty nice line. Pretty nice line. So thunderstorm action is going on. We will come back and look at thunderstorms more closely, but I got so much BC fire stuff to get to. How are you doing tonight, Brandon?
Oh, great.
And you know what we can do, because we don't want to have like too many dad jokes in one chunk. We could probably split some of that next chunk that you're going to miss and put it in tonight.
Good. So this week's really good. I think you'll probably be tired of dad jokes after hearing this week's selection.
These are some nasty storms for that part of BC. Pretty dry area, 29 degrees Celsius. And it looks like we do have a little bit of smoke coming probably from the Boston bar. That's probably smoke. Not going to say for sure until we look at could look at a satellite here quickly. Why don't we do that? Just to see what we get. The satellite's so slow to upload. It'll take a minute. Now, Jenny and I, we were into a storm this weekend, and then we had to run.
And you had to run.
Yeah, it was fun. It like ballooned out right over top of us.
Those lovely nighttime storms where you can't actually see the sky, but
until it's right on top of you.
Yeah. No, this one just like all of a sudden blew up right on top. It was one of those ones where it was absolutely nothing, and the next radar run, it was a mean little thing. So
like literally there was nothing there. One radar refresh. Boom. Like, we're just like driving along, then all of a sudden it's like lightning, just like wham, wham. And like rain started. I'm like, what is going on? I think we're having a storm develop right on top of us. Look at this, eh? Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Balloon. I'm sure a lot of that is just overshooting top. Spreading out. Okay, we'll come back and we'll look at thunderstorms in a minute. But much
storms warned.
So much wildfire news to get through. I think we need to focus on that here quickly, because everybody wants to know stuff. So the provincial wildfire situation report came out earlier. Hot and dry, gusting winds continue today and tomorrow. As you're aware, we do have that weather change coming soon. They're not saying a whole lot, actually. 82 wildfires right now, only 5 of note still. This is still better than we've been in at this time of year. We got almost 100 new personnel on the board since yesterday. I know my company boss was calling me today, and I'm still not available. 142. I got a job next week. I can get out of it, but I don't want to, because that construction company is like what's going to get me through to the other side. 72% of fires reported are from lightning. That number is going to be going up in the next couple days. We got less lightning tomorrow and more Saturday into the Caribou region. So we will try our best. I'm just going to say it. I don't know if anyone else has said this, but I find the BC Wildfire app frustrating. Want to see why? I want to zoom in, so I'm going to click my mouse with my zoom scroll. One click. Boom. Well, yeah, that's not what I want. Now it's way. And then I find it very hard sometimes with this layer on, the wildfire danger rating, to actually see what I'm looking at and figure out where I am on the map. So it's a little easier, I feel, when you turn it off. But then I zoom out once because I'm just so used to doing that. And so the big fire that everyone's talking about up here today is going on right here. The knife fire, they're calling it. No, that's a weather station. There we go. Felker C21127, 900 hectares now. Went from 30 to 900 just like that. And I got video to show you. 900 hectares. Quite possibly started by lightning is what someone who lives there seems to think, that there was lightning that struck in that area. Of course, the investigation may turn out differently. Burning rank 3-4. I think it's probably burning even hotter than that since the last update because of the fire activity, because of the head, maybe pushing into 5 territory. You don't balloon out 900 hectares on rank 3. You just don't. So we're probably talking rank 5 right now, quite likely, at the Felker fire. That's just one of many. We'll come back to the BC Wildfire app. I do find it a little bit frustrating, a little bit easier for me to tell what's been going on just by looking at firms, because firms will give us an idea of where the fire activity is, not exact fire perimeter boundaries. We can see that our guys by Kimberley have been acting up today. They've been misbehaving, although they're still a long ways from the town. The fire activity will probably get reduced by some rainfall tonight if that thunderstorm complex lands in the area, although that might start new fires as well. So that's sort of reduced activity compared to a lot of other places in the province. Down here in Washington State, this one's putting up a lot of smoke. Kaiser Canyon, it's obviously into the forested areas, like kind of on the boundary between grass fire and forest land fire. Here at Modreet, same thing. Very, very green, very forested area. So not your typical fast-moving and quick grass fires. A lot of activity along Manning Park. That's the Highway 3 corridor that's been closed, as far as I know, still on Drive BC. This guy's on the border. Hey, what's that American Fire doing coming on our side of the border? What kind of sovereign country are they here? They can't even keep their fires on their side of the border. They're mad about our smoke. Looks like a fair bit of significant activity in our complex. Of course, Boston Bar still stands, I'm told. Still haven't lost buildings, and you can see that the fire progression has really been up the mountainside. It's really running into the mountains, and we don't have very much. Of course, these aren't very accurate. Keep in mind that the smoke often triggers the hot spot detection. So you're looking at smoke thinking like, oh no, this square right here, what's happening there? It could just be smoke, right? So we don't use firms to determine the exact location of the fire. We kind of use it to determine if the fire is misbehaving or not. Clearly it is. Oh, this guy, boom, on Lillooet Lake, still growing. That's the Twin 2. The Twin 2. Our friends in Mount Currie tell me they're worried about that one because a lot of the fish. They're worried about the fish. They're worried about the silt. It's very steep, that country. We'll look at these again with live fire maps. This is the Bonanza fire here, showing big activity near Gold Bridge, not immediately threatening the town. In fact, it's north of the town, which is kind of where you want that to be. This guy's the French Bar fire that we saw a lightning strike in there earlier, a couple lightning strikes. So the pyrocumulus column has been somewhat successful at developing into a thunderstorm, but not successful enough. The conditions, the trigger just isn't that far north on a lot of these. Now, here's our 2 by Clinton there, C409083, just to the west of Clinton. That's becoming a problem fast. I know everyone's worried about this guy, and there's a lot of properties on this larger one up in the Marble Range near Clinton, although I think the location is actually somewhat favorable for the town itself, right, just to keep in mind. Whereas this guy, it's more in the direction that things like to travel, right, more up that northeast direction that fire likes to predominantly, not always, but predominantly likes to generally expand this way. Friends in Anaheim Lake are telling me we had 2 fires here. They've joined together. That's C509029er, Lassard Lake fire. And we have a lot of activity up by Bat Nooney, I noticed. There's Bat Nooney right there. Let's see if it comes in. The conditions aren't crazy as you get further north, so we're not seeing it really grow, but there's some activity there, and then down by Kluskoil, some activity there as well. We'll come back to this in a moment. In fact, I like the fire map tracker a little better. So we'll go back to our Tower 2. We got Twin 2 and Tower 2. A couple fires with the name Twin and the 2. The 2 is in a lot of these. The activity at the Matthew Creek one, you can definitely see that it's burning up this flank. It doesn't really have much to burn when it gets into this country because it's pretty, well, you can see it's rocky. We have some heavily thick forested areas down the valley more. So it's still moving in that eastward direction towards Kimberley, although it's still a fair distance away. And with the weather change coming, it should calm it down a little bit. You can see the discoloration is the smoke. So getting smoky, although not bad up here, very clear up here, in fact, in Wells. Looks nice right now out my window. Last night it got smoky for a few minutes quite quickly. The smoke moved in, and I woke up this morning expecting to see it smoky, and it just wasn't. Ptarmigan fire on the Washington side. We got the Hosamine fire. That's the one straddling the border. We have severe thunderstorms right around here somewhere right now. Big Burn Creek, aptly named. Yes, Manning Park. Several fires in this complex in danger of joining each other at some point if the weather conditions doesn't slap them down. Now, unfortunately, although we're going to take some rain in BC this weekend, I think there's areas that won't, and I think Washington State won't pretty much at all. So we are concerned about. Here's the big story everyone wants to talk about still, Brunswick Creek fire. What's been going on here? Give us a little bit of a look. You can see it's burning up the flanks of the mountains. Doesn't seem like a lot of activity. People tell me that there's a lot of resources in Boston Bar. Bladders are ready. Water bladders are ready. Fire crews are ready. They've been wetting things down and things like that, removing fuels. And they've had success so far holding the town. And I'm now thinking that they're going to have success. And I'll tell you, when I first seen this fire pop up near town there in that fire weather, I thought, man, it's a 50-50 on Boston Bar. I wouldn't bet on it. But this is starting to look more and more positive, The reports I'm hearing are positive reports that I think there's a good chance if we can get through the next 2 days to when the weather changes temporarily, we will get back into hot weather next week. And, some of the southern interior is not going to cool down greatly. But I think there'll be some rain coming through the coast mountains. Hopefully some of that can squirt into here. The reality is that any down weather will help right now, help calm things and help buy some time. Tawassus Creek, a little fire out in the middle of absolutely nowhere here. Whether that one even is got a road to it or can be actioned at all. Karen Richards is about to join the crew too today. Then we got the Twin 2 fire that I was telling you about over at just near Pemberton, where it was near 30 degrees today as well. So that's been burning up into the mountain. You can see it's getting right up into the rocky terrain and then going to move further up this valley. These are beautiful valleys, too. These mountains around here. I haven't climbed this particular mountain. I've been up at this area a lot. I've climbed a lot over on the other side here by Duffy. So I've been on pretty much all these peaks. This entire range I've traversed. More than once I've been up and down this range. So I got a pretty good feeling, the way these valleys are, what they look like inside, it's very similar to what this valley here would look like. Very beautiful places. So it's a shame to see them go. And like they say, it's steep country. So, hot fire increases their chance of landslides and things in the long run when you get into the rainy weather eventually. Okay, I'm going to straighten this back out. Pear Lake, that's what that one's called. I couldn't think of the name there to the west of Clinton. Now, some of this may be pyrocumulus column that it's reading. So again, don't look too closely at where the dots are. The official fire map lines are there. I'm sure it'll get expanded tomorrow somewhere. We're not going to guess exactly where, but it is getting closer to Clinton. This one is. Yeah, it's I don't like this one more than I don't like this one. Although, like I say, I recognize there's a lot of farmers and people's properties along. Like you can see some right here, for example, a lot of properties in that area that are at risk. So 59 Creek Fire. There's not a lot of fuel into the Marble Range itself, but you can see it's thickly forested all other places. So that's a problem fire. And its south flank is burning pretty aggressively still. But I have a feeling that Clinton's bigger threat is really this guy here. They're getting close to equal distance, too, if you notice. Getting close to equal distance. Again, we don't know the exact perimeter. French Bar Creek Fire has been burning away from the Fraser River for a bunch of days and getting more and more. It's crossed the valley here and starting to climb up Black Dome mountainside. I believe this is still part of the Black Dome Mountain complex. Sure looks like it. Might be a different name for this peak here, though, but that's the same ridging. So it's burning up into there. Away. Now, Gold Bridge, just to see where the town site is. It's right in here. So it's a fair distance, actually, from this fire to the north. Very close. A lot of people actually live in the Gold Bridge area. It's not unpopulated at all, necessarily. How's Karen doing tonight?
Melting.
Melting.
My house is currently 31 degrees and I'm trying to cool her off and I'm melting.
So this is the Itches and Ilgatches, these mountain ranges here. Beautiful mountain ranges. I really want to get out there and climb on them. There's not much for a road to get out there. It's like been a long discussion with people. How do you get out to the Ilgatches? And then the Itches are just over here. Itches. But yeah, here's the Ilgatches. So these are the same volcanic complex, actually, that created Nazco. You can see the trend, actually, if you look closely. You know, one here, Itches. As you get out towards Nazco, which is, you'd think I'd be able to see the Nazco cone more clearly. Here it is. There's the Nazco cone. So it's part of the same complex where the hot spot stayed in the same place over time. The crust has moved. That's what's gone on there. So Kluskoil Lake, active burning. Bourgeois Creek, active burning. This is, like I say, up by Bat Noonie. In fact, there's where Sherry and Richard's place is right there. Love that place. And then every firefighter in BC right now is hoping to get deployed to that one so they can have Sherry and Richard's amazing, excellent cooking. And it's a lovely place to stay, too. It's like I always end up getting a room inside, but you can get these cabins. And then if you're like the last cruise there, you end up having to sleep in your tents. And it's, sorry. So if it's a big complex fire, the first come, first serve. So we'll relook at this in a little bit. I heard about this one, Coyote Creek, up by Cedarvale. I don't think the conditions are great for burning up there, and the fire activity tends to speak to that. And they're going to be taking rain the next few days there before anywhere else in BC, most likely into that area. Other than that, BC's, areas that we've had big problems in over the last few years are quiet, very quiet. Not so if you go to the Northwest Territories. Look at the smoke coming down from the Northwest Territories. It's just cranking. So northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba, that's going right into Ontario. And a lot of fire activity. Fort Simpson. This is reduced, though, compared to what I've been seeing. It could be that there's so much smoke right now that it's blocking the sun out in a lot of places, and that's actually reducing the fire activity. Sometimes the smoke is so aggressive that you don't get that heat on the ground, and you kind of need that sun's temperature to really cook a fire. And I'll tell you, I've been on fires where it just takes that temperature difference of 24 to 30, and then the remarkable change in what fires do. You wouldn't quite believe it. our severe storms right now. Looks like some areas still get 30 degrees just ahead of the storms, 23 underneath, 30 to the east of it, 30 to the west of it, 15 dew points. So not what you'd expect necessarily for dew points for crazy thunderstorm activity, but it's going on nonetheless. I think why our big pyrocumulus stacks didn't turn into a lightning show in Williams Lake area was partly because look at the dew points, -2, 1.30. So the dew points just crashed in the South Caribou today. Just crashed, -2.9. You need that dew point there. We got the thunderstorm complex, although looks weakened, maybe coming into the lower mainland right now. It sure threw a lot of lightning down there. Then we got our storms up north. How's your storm in Brooks looking, Brandon?
I can confirm I heard thunder 1 minute ago.
Oh, I'm surprised.
It went severe warned, but it looks like it lost its hail core there. So,
You know why I'm surprised?
Why is that?
Because you weren't like, yes!
Oh, I did that. I had the microphone off when I cheered.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll set up some more maps here in a second. It's already 6:57. Already, I talked so much that Frankie's going to be here any second now, which is great. That's great. Wow, look at all the people in here tonight. That's awesome. 66, good to see you. Thanks, Lisa. Hey, welcome there, Jesse. Welcome to being a real supporter. Appreciate that. Pemberton fire is back out of control. Yeah, the Lillooet fire really woke up yesterday, too. That's one we didn't talk about today yet. Let's go have a look at Riley Creek right now before Frankie gets here. Riley Creek fire woke right up last night. I have all kinds of video clips to share with everybody, too. We will get to those tonight. Riley Creek fire. So it doesn't look nearly as crazy as maybe it did. It was cranking last night. It was absolutely cranking. Big column, very visible from Lillooet. It's got to go over top an entire mountain range. It's not really a threat to the town. You know, like at least not with the window of burning we have right now. You look where Lillooet is and you look where Riley Creek is, and it's like it's behind that mountain. And this mountain is like that's a pretty big rocky mountain. There's not like a lot of fuel for it to easily traverse over this. It'd have to come around the mountain and go up the valley. So I think for now, Riley Creek fire is not a threat to Lillooet. And with the weather change coming, it probably won't be. Frankie has entered the room. Okay, we're ready to start the radio show. Recording here in just a second. I better find the title sequence here.
Jenny's a guest. They'll introduce Jenny to the Gary and Dino show. Jenny will be another listener to Gary and Dino show.
Yeah. Have you ever been on the Gary and Dino show, Jenny?
I don't think I have.
Those guys
You should
are awesome.
find Dino.
Sounds wonderful.
Those guys are awesome.
Gary and Dino show down in Scottsdale, Arizona, in Phoenix region. And I'm just invite Jenny to the Gary and Dino show.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been on the Comedy Meteorology Report, isn't it? I'm just okay. Boom. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? It's 6:59. Frankie, you ready to hit record?
Yes.
Okay. 6:59. Recording to the cloud. Let's go. Comedy Meteorology Report.
Well, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, Frankie's got the weather we got. Wait a minute. Well, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, Frankie's got the weather or not.
It's Comedy Meteorology Hour. Joey only here in the studios. That's 3,953 feet above sea level in Wells, British Columbia. It's your show about how much the weather sucks in Canada, and we are on C4 88.7 FM Prince George, CKUW 95.9 Winnipeg. We are on CFBX 925 in Kamloops, and also CHLS 100.5 Lillooet. Shouting you out. It's the 23rd tonight, Thursday, the 23rd of July, and I have my panel of comedy meteorologists with me once again, including the star of the show himself, Frankie McDonald, who we'll talk to in just a minute's time, get the world rundown on weather with Frankie. Of course, my lovely and talented, fantastic co-host, Brandon Houks, back in the studio tonight, although he's got a couple weeks off, so you better get as much.
Karen Richards have returned.
Karen Richards has returned. She's in
Where's
Prince
Mark
George
Ingalls?
tonight. Mark Ingalls has company. And I said, does your company hate weather? And he didn't answer. So I guess we don't have Mark Ingalls tonight. But we do have Jenny Hagen, who I was just tornado chasing with. Well, I mean, we were trying to tornado chase. There was no tornado.
That means I just invited Jenny Hagen to like Gary Neal show.
Yes, the Gary and Eno show. Yeah, you want to go on that, Jenny. It's great. So Jenny,
Wow.
yeah, we went to chase tornadoes, but instead we got chased by a thunderstorm. That's kind of how it went this
It's
weekend.
still storm chasing if there's a storm, though.
It was it got spooky for a second there. We were telling them in the pre-show how this, we're in the clear, we're good, and then suddenly in one radar scan a severe storm developed on top of us, just boom, instantly. We're like running for our lives. It was great. Okay, but we'll pop in with Frankie McDonald first of all here out in Sydney, Nova Scotia. I got 2 Frankie videos tonight, Frankie. We'll save the weather one for later, and we'll put we'll do your Rib Fest. He went to Rib Fest in Sydney, Nova Scotia this weekend.
Last weekend.
Last weekend, however you want to say it. He is the world's greatest weatherman there, Sydney, Nova Scotia, Frankie McDonald, and this is his segment.
And I just sent you a new video for Brandon Houck Report.
Yeah, I added it.
Can you yodel for us? Who has the worst weather in the world, Frankie?
Ladies and gentlemen, Frankie!
How you doing so far, Frankie
I'm
McDonald?
doing great so far. Where Jason Marshall is cooler than normal. Where he's at right now, it got cooler. Where Jason Marshall is, it's going to turn really hot again. Where he's at, it's going to turn. It was raining on Wednesday and Thursday in Sydney, Nova Scotia earlier in the day. Then it got some snow in New Zealand in the forecast. It got lots of snow in New Zealand. In South Island.
Big time winter there, eh?
Yes, it's cooler. It's got cooler in Nova Scotia. So right now in New Brunswick, Quebec, including Ontario and all those places, Kins and Clumps area is going to get more rain and things like this. Then it's got desert-like heat heading towards Saskatchewan and Medicine Hat.
We're going to pass it on over to them.
Desert-like heat in Saskatchewan and southwestern Manitoba. Then you got the really hot weather in Idaho. And you got extremely hot weather in Saskatchewan, North Dakota, South Dakota, desert-like heat, including Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, and California, desert-like heat there. It's with lots of thunderstorms. The forecast is going to bring lots of thunderstorms in North Carolina, South Carolina this weekend coming up. A lot of thunderstorms and rain in Carolinas. Then it's going to bring a whole lot of rain in the eastern United States and America next week. Like Baltimore, New York City, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia. It's going to bring lots of rain and thunderstorms. In New York City and all those places, Montreal, Bay Sky lives. And it's going to be really dry in Southern California. And they got some showers and thunderstorms forecast in Western Mexico, including Northern Mexico. There's lots of thunderstorms going on there right now in parts of Cuba. You got thunderstorms forecast down in Cuba right now. In Eastern Pacific, a lot of that it got the hurricane developed, multiple hurricanes developing, and it's moving off the coast of Mexico, one hurricane right after another. It's an active hurricane season in the Pacific this year.
Yeah, not the Atlantic, but the Pacific, eh?
In Pacific hurricane season, it's going to bring a lot of typhoons in the Western Pacific because the wind shear is really low off the coast of Mexico. A lot of rain thunderstorms going on in Guatemala, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Nigeria, Honduras, and Panama. And they got a lot of rain thunderstorms going on in South America, like Colombia, parts of Ecuador, parts of Bolivia, parts of Peru, in northern Brazil. It's really dry right now in central Brazil right now. A lot of rain in Venezuela, Colombia, parts of Ecuador, parts of Bolivia, parts of Peru. Northern Chile it's dry in northern Chile. You got snow up in the mountains in central Chile and southern Chile. In the southern hemisphere winter, got rain heading towards the coast areas of southern Chile, south of Santiago. Then it got some snow in the southern Argentina. In northern Argentina, it's got warm air, cold air fighting each other. So is Stanley, Falcon Islands, Lucia, Argentina, and Sao Paulo, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. And got a little bit of showers to forecast. And the weather all across the United Kingdom is really hot in the UK right now. In Wales, Scotland. Then you got lots of rain heading towards Norway. And you got some France. It's really hot in France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, and Poland. It's lots of rain thunderstorms going on in Bosnia, Croatia, Albania, Greece, Romania. It's really hot and cooler temperatures heading towards Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, and all those places in Ukraine. Then you got some cool temperatures in Germany, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Norway, Finland, Sweden. Then you got lots of rain heading towards Norway, Finland, Sweden as well. Moscow, Russia is. Then you got Kazan, Russia's going to get some warm weather to get some thunderstorms and forecasts in all those places. And the weather all across Yakutsk is really hot there. And you got some thunders, you got some cyclone tropical system aiming towards China and Hong Kong. Over Japan, it's really hot there. In southern Japan, including Sapporo, Japan. Then you got rain and thunderstorms and forecast in central Japan. A lot of rain and thunderstorms in Pyongyang, North Korea. And the labor camps in North Korea and Vladivostok, Russia. It's really lots of thunderstorms going on right now. It's really hot in desert like heat in Mongolia right now. It's really hot in Siberia with thunderstorms and rain and forecast. So much rain and thunderstorms going on in Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. India's in the monsoon season. A lot of rain and thunderstorms going on in New Delhi, India right now, including Mumbai, India. So much rain and thunderstorms in the forecast, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. It's really hot there right now. In Iran. And over in Iraq, Syria, in the Middle East, it's really dry in Dubai, in our Arab Emirates, Dubai, Oman, Yemen, Qatar, all across Kuwait, Yemen, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, including Morocco and Casablanca, Morocco is extremely hot there right now this time of the year. A lot of rain thunderstorms going on in places like in Madagascar, La Reunion. A lot of rain thunderstorms going on in Nigeria, Ghana, and all those places. Gabon, Northern Congo, DR Congo, Uganda, and all those places. A lot of rain thunderstorms going on in South Africa, cool temperatures. Botswana, Angola, Mozambique. And then Namibia is really dry there right now. So it's parts of it's Madagascar, the Reunion, and Rentis Islands this time of the year. Down in Australia it's really dry there. It's got cooler weather aiming towards southwestern Australia in the southern hemisphere winter. It's really dry. Townsville, Cairns, Australia, including Townsville, Australia. Then it got cold weather aiming towards Sydney, Australia next week. Melbourne, Australia, Brisbane, Australia, Canberra, Australia. Then it got snow in the mountains of southeastern Australia next week. Then it got some snow in. And then got snow in Tanzania this time of the year. In the southern hemisphere winter. And southwest Pacific in the southern hemisphere winter. Really cold weather aiming towards Auckland, New Zealand with rain and snow in the forecast, including Gisborne, New Zealand, Hawke's Bay, New Zealand, Napier, New Zealand, Stratford, New Zealand, including Wellington, New Zealand, Hamilton, New Zealand, Nelson, New Zealand, Greymouth, New Zealand, Christchurch, New Zealand, Dunedin, New Zealand, Invercargill, New Zealand. It's really going to get snow there and cold temperatures this time of the year. Down in Antarctic, 24-hour darkness. Up in the Arctic is 24-hour daylight.
Excellent world weather report, Frankie. Now, Karen is here. For those who are new to the show, we always have a period where people can ask Frankie any question they want. So
Yeah.
we will get to that in a second time, I guess, there. Well, Frankie also likes to do the disaster news. You have disaster news set up? So, Karen, keep your eye on the chat there. And for you radio listeners, you can always tune into us on Thursday nights at Caribou Weather Dude YouTube channel, Joey Only Caribou Weather Dude YouTube channel. And right now I'm looking at maps of showing rain coming to BC this weekend. Maybe not enough to make a huge difference, but enough to calm things down for a little while at least. And that's something we're glad to see. And then probably a larger thunderstorm outbreak again next week sometime. But we got kind of a wet period going on for BC. So it's been bad for a number of days. We have a lot of fires, a lot of activity, but there is the possibility that we buy some time here very, very soon. What do you got for disaster news, Frankie? World disaster, all the worst disasters in the whole world, Frankie.
It's over to Kosovo, Russia.
Yeah, we're going to go to Russia now. We'll let Karen look through the comments and pick some for Frankie to answer. We got a tornado in Russia, Frankie. How did they get so lucky? Jenny and I tried really hard to find a tornado this weekend. Didn't get that lucky. Maybe we should have gone to Russia. Instead, we were at the Pasanka, the Vegraville Ukrainian egg. Maybe we just need to go a little bit to whatever, some Russian-like place. That's a big tornado, Frankie. That's a cranking-looking tornado. That's definitely a dangerous one.
Here's over in Kazakhstan.
So if you've been watching the show for a while, you know that we have uncovered that Russia has a lot of tornadoes. We're Russian tornado experts right here on this show.
That's over in Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan had big tornado too. Look at that one. That's got a lot of dust, eh? A lot of dirt at the base of it. I can't read what the words say. They have a different kind of alphabet than we're used to here, unfortunately. Oh yeah, gotta kill that there so we don't lose the YouTube doesn't punish us for playing Russian music or something there. I'm sure Russians copyright their music. That's a weird looking tornado though. Looks like quite apocalyptic there. Looks like something you see in it's like Nevada or someplace. They sometimes get spouts down there. Then they're just like really dust heavy, very brown, very, very dust heavy.
They have a different alphabet there.
They have a different alphabet, Frankie. And you're not allowed to talk about it. That's Russia for you. A lot of tornado damage, though, in Russia. We have uncovered the truth about Russia. Lots of tornadoes there in the continent. Nobody would know about it if it wasn't for the Russian tornado expert here, Frankie. Great news,
over
yeah.
in Kazakhstan.
Well, Kazakhstan's basically, it used to be Russia.
Used to. Over Kazakhstan. It's a different country altogether. Look, there's a Kirill backing off.
Kirill backing off. Got a tornado there, too. Look at this, Jenny. Look at all the tornadoes in Russia. What were we doing in Alberta? We should have been going to Russia last weekend there. Alberta's like only in second place in the prairies for tornadoes this year. What's it at there, Brandon? Like 27 or something? Or
Yeah, 27.
27 tornadoes. I've seen 2 of them myself, so I know that they're real.
We just sponsorships to Russia and give Frankie a first eye view of what Russian tornadoes are like in person.
I think so. I think we need to have like our whole podcast go to Russia. Where is this, Frankie? What's going on? China. What's happening?
Landslides.
Oh, a big landslide has totally biffed everybody up there in China. It was a very dusty looking scene there. Oh my God. Holy, this landslide's come down the hillside and just removed buildings from existence. Very unstable looking. I'm sure there'll be more just looking at that cliff face. Problem with landslides is one isn't usually enough. Usually where there's one, there'll be more. It's kind of like gold mining. Look for gold where there's been a gold mine already. That's like that with landslides. And like we were saying in the pre-show, where our friends in Mount Currie are concerned about the wildfire there.
Oh, there's over in China.
Making slides. Okay, what do we got? Floods in China now in your world news updates. Floods in China, big floods there. Again, it's all white cars. Everybody drives a white car there. You're not allowed to have a car that's not white. There's another white car. People have umbrellas even though they're walking up to their knees in water. They got cars honking at the guys that's driving through the water. Absolute chaos there, Frankie. Absolute chaos. Look at there's water. There's a police car up to over its rear view mirrors in water. That police car is totally sunk. It's not going anywhere. So if you're in that part of China, now's your chance to rob a bank. It's free time there.
看着没，这是沈阳的什么地方呢？铁西区北二中路，这是新莫尔。
Yeah, they do have their own languages there. They have a lot of languages in China, Frankie. They have a lot.
然后我一会儿去西塔桥。
It's more an empire than a country in a way.
让大家看。
But it does seem funny that they got umbrellas in their hands while they're walking through water up to their knees. Like you're already wet. Just give up. Look at all those cars going down the street in the floods, Frankie. Where is that one? That looks crazy.
China.
Also in China, man. They have a lot of floods in China and landslides this week too, unfortunately.
It was really bad there.
It was really bad. Really bad. Any
And,
questions?
now for the Ribfest video.
We'll get into the Ribfest. We got to wait 1 second, Frankie, though, because Karen, I think, has some questions from the audience for you.
I do. So this is from Shannon Emmy Joe. Frankie, what season is your favorite weather for Canada?
It's nice weather. People have in the winter time. People have a hard time going to work in the snowstorm.
That's true in the wintertime. And you know what they need in the wintertime, Frankie, is RGB lights that change 25 million colors.
Yes.
And it's good for you if you live in the Arctic or in the Antarctic or you live in Norway or Canada, having those RGB lights. Any more questions? Any more questions for Frankie out there?
No, I got none unless something pops up.
Okay, no more questions for Frankie then at this time, unless anyone in the panel has a question for Frankie.
Brandon Houck.
Maybe Brandon. Oh, Brandon has a question, I think.
Oh, yes. Frankie, how many ribs did you have the other weekend?
Over 5.
5. Good.
5.
Over 5.
Over 5.
Over 5. Just so you know. Okay, I got 2 Frankie videos lined up here. I got a whole bunch of Wildfire videos to show everybody today too. So we'll try to pop some of those in while we're going through the show today. But this is Frankie at Ribfest in Sydney, Nova Scotia this weekend. Here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Frank Dowd at the Ribfest. Things are great so far. Things going really well. I'm showing you the Rotary Ribfest at Opener Park in Sydney right now. It's Frank Dowd once again. Things are great so far. Things are great so far. I'm showing you Rotary Ribfest. I'm showing every one of you guys the Rotary Ribfest in Sydney right now. On Friday evening, I'm at the Ribfest 2026 at Opener Park in Sydney, Nova Scotia. So right now, things are great so far. Here's me at the Ribfest. Here's the Ribfest in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Then I got a new river called. There's a new river in the town called Smokehouse Bandits. Introducing a new river in town, Smokehouse Bandits. Things are great so far. Things are going great. They got Camp 31, they got Texas Rangers, they got Krabbies, they got Pistol Pete's, and Tater King. Things are great so far. You got Billy Bones, Krabbies. Billy Bones is not there this year. Then you got Smokehouse Bandits instead. Then you got Camp 31, Texas Rangers, Krabbies, and Smokehouse Bandits and Pistol Pete's. Those are the rivers that sell pulled pork, chicken, ribs, and sausages. It's me at the Ribfest. They sell chicken, pork, pulled pork, chicken, and ribs and sausages at the Ribfest. It's me at the Ribfest. Lots of people at the Ribfest right now in July 2026. It's me, Frank Down once again. I'm showing all you guys the Sydney Ribfest. There's all the rivers up there. They sell chicken, ribs, and sausages and pulled pork. Here's me at the Sydney Ribfest. It's me on Friday evening at the Ribfest. Things are going great so far. That's the Ribfest I'm at right now. Sydney Rotary Ribfest. I'm there right now. Things are great so far. I'm showing you the Ribfest in Sydney, Nova Scotia. I'm doing really great so far. Things are going great so far. Here's the Ribfest, and things are going great so far. I'm showing every one of you guys the Ribfest. Things are going really great. Look at the Ribfest. Look at the people lining up getting ribs and things like this. Chicken.
Smoking good barbecue.
It's Brandon Houck Report. Smoking good barbecue.
Smoking good barbecue.
The Brandon Houck report.
Yes, I had some smoking good barbecue. That's right.
Where's the intro for Brandon Houck Report?
That was it, de facto. Because I can't back and forth play videos quickly because that's just not what Zoom is good at. Frankie's just turned his camera off. He's like, ugh.
I'm out.
I should have added it, I guess, to his. What was I thinking? Brandon Houck.
Yo.
Hey, guess what? Because not only has Saskatchewan got more tornadoes than Alberta has,
Boo.
not only that, but it turns out I was staring at one and wasn't sure of it, and Northern Tornado Project confirmed it, which means we got 4 tornadoes on our trip. 4.
Wow.
Yeah, because
4.
the Ross, we were staring at it at 8:38 p.m. and we're like, "Look at that! I got the video." I'm like, "Looks like funnels back there. There's definitely funnels going
Oh.
on, but there's like the trees in the way, a bit of a hill.
Sorry.
Couldn't see for sure. Then I see northern
That was
tornadoes.
a close one.
Oh, you got the thunder right there. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm surprised you're inside even. Okay.
I was outside moments ago, and I hustled back in here for the Brandon Houck report, and the sky is just completely orange off to our south and west here. But yes, thunder and lightning. We got a storm moving into the area. The strongest part of the storm just to the south of us, pushing just south of Lake Newell there. But yes, confirmed thunderstorm. We just had a bolt of lightning not too long ago, just out here. So we may get more during this Brandon Houck report. Just saying. So
That must have been awesome.
it was. It was awesome. It was. Now, it's been hot. It's been muggy. It's been smoky. Now, the smoke, you can barely see the thunderstorm, but you know it's there because we just had the big crack of thunder. So that's the story with the smoke, and the smoke probably going to be sticking around for the next little while here as we have those fires continuing across British Columbia. And then the heat wave is underway well into next week. We were in 30s today, and we will likely be in the 30s again tomorrow. We'll probably be as hot as 38 degrees by Saturday. So it's going to be a scorcher through the weekend into early next week across southern Alberta. And there will be a couple more rounds of thunderstorms. We'll keep an eye on that, but otherwise, not much of a huge cooling trend in our future there. We may cool just a little bit Sunday, but then we heat back up midweek next week as well. So yes, the heat is going to be sticking around for the next little bit. Earlier this week, we had a little thunderstorm wake everybody up at 5 a.m. That was another awesome little cell that put on a show at 5 a.m. and some people slept through it. Kind of disappointed that they did that, but anyways, so the lightning was so close. But that's how it goes sometimes. But
You definitely did not sleep through that.
no, I was up and I saw the radar and I was like, ooh, this is moving right in. And oh yeah, it was party time Monday morning.
Nice way to start your week before you go do the radio show in the morning, eh?
I know it was awesome. And then I judged ribs over the weekend. Yes, not just ribs. Brisket, pork, chicken, beans, pulled pork. What else was in there? Oh, more pork, ribs, brisket. I think I said them all. Yeah. So there's a lot of food, and I'm still eating it this week. There's so much food to take home. There's that. Anyways, so yeah, we've got, as we're showing there on the radar, we've got some severe weather moving into the BC interior there through the Oliver area, Westbridge area. Just hoping we can get another crack of thunder here next little bit because we're right on the edge of that cell that's moving through the Brooks area. That is also severe warned. And yes, there's the little lightning strike that I just heard not too long ago near Scandia there. So just on the south edge of this cell as it moves its way towards Rolling Hills, Vauxhall, that region. And it's so hard to see it with all the smoke that's in the air right now, but it's there. I can confirm.
Hey, that reminds me of a conversation in the group chat this morning when I said smoke does not always stop a thunderstorm from firing.
No, that's right.
Sometimes the temperature isn't really the trigger for thunderstorms. You like that ground heating, often you get the sun on the ground, it helps create convection and rise. That's not always the mechanism that creates a thunderstorm, though. Sometimes you don't need that heat.
All right. That's right. Yeah. So this one developed near Staveley Nanton, and this one sticking around. It pretty much likes wildfire smoke, so that's how it goes, I guess. Anyways, I know what you're waiting for. You want the dad jokes.
I want whatever you got, buddy.
We want
Okay.
dad jokes. He says
So-
yes, new.
All right, it's bad dad joke time. Now, I don't think since you've not been on in a while, Jenny, I don't know if you're aware, bad dad joke time is a competition every week
Oh,
for
yes.
the panelists here to get Brandon's bad dad jokes correct. I'm not sure if Jenny's actually right there or not yet. We may be
That's-
playing without Jenny. Looks like our Vancouver thunderstorm has fallen apart. People are going to
So,
be
yeah.
very... Okay. So this
So
is
yes, I
bad
do read
dad
these
joke.
every day on the radio too. Yes. And I guess they're a hit on the radio too. I guess everybody likes the dad jokes. So here we go. Oh, there's more thunder. Thunder's going to pretty much distract me from these dad jokes. So there's an advantage with the thunder and lightning around me here. Okay, here we go. We go to July the 19th. What do you call a belt made of watches?
A waste of time.
There we go.
Ah, point.
Waste of time. Well done. Well done.
1
All
point,
right.
Joey.
I don't know if you'll get this one. What do you call an angry carrot?
Brandon Hauk. No, he's
no.
not angry. Not at all. I lose. I lose that one.
Lose that one.
3 seconds.
It is a steamed veggie. Yes.
Oh,
Here we go.
Brandon. Oh, Brandon.
Here we go. Oh, this one's good. What do you call a potato wearing glasses?
Potato wearing glasses.
Potato something.
3 seconds.
It is a spectator.
I was close.
That is good. That's well done.
All right. Why did the cashier rip money in half?
To split the difference.
Ooh, that's close. That's close.
Is that a half pointer?
See, he was asked to break the bill.
That's a half point.
That's a half point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
There we go.
Half point, Jenny.
This one's good. How do you make Budweiser?
Well, you take a bunch of cow urine and mix it with oats and hops.
Oh no.
No, overanalyzing.
Here we go.
I don't know how Bud gets wiser. Do we educate him?
I'd say Jenny was the closest. You send him to school. There we go.
Do I get
Yeah,
another
there you go.
point for that one?
Yeah, that's okay. You got 1 full point now. I would not suggest to your listeners that you take Budweiser to school or that you consume it whatsoever. Of course, I don't drink anymore, so what do I know? I'm not fun.
All right. Why did the baby strawberry cry? This is bad.
He's too close to the onions, I guess.
Oh, all right. Because its mother was in a jam. Whoa.
Oh,
That's brutal.
that's fine.
All right.
Do I get
What
to
do you
give
call a
Brandon a
sheep?
run for his money? Why did the thunderstorm eat all the smoke?
Oh, why?
It wanted to clear the air before dessert.
Ah.
Oh, that's a good one. Good one, Jenny.
We were
All
talking
right.
about that storm by Brooks eating smoke, so
Yeah. That's exactly what it's doing. Eating all the smoke. All right, here we go to the 25th of July. What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance? There we go. What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance? Nobody's heard this one yet.
No, I got nothing.
That one. No.
Don't think anybody will get this one. Lady Baba. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, it's brutal.
All right.
I don't think I've
this
ever
one's
heard
good.
a Lady Gaga song, so I never would have thought of that. I don't know what she
that
sounds
poker
like.
face there, Joey.
Yeah,
Poker face. That's right.
I'm like, if it came on, I'd be like, that ain't no Hank Williams.
All right. This one's good. Where do basketball players go when they need a new uniform?
Yeah, 3 seconds.
Laundry basket.
They go to New Jersey.
Oh, Brandon.
All right. This one's not a question one. This is when two vegans get in an argument, it's still called a beef. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Then I'll move to the next one.
They don't eat meat, but she sure likes the bone.
All right. Why are peppers the best at archery?
I don't know. They're
I
hot
don't know
shots,
why.
Oh, because they're habanero. Ah, habanero. Yes.
Oh, right. Yeah.
All right. Someone should get this one. What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
Well, I think an alligator lives in the United States. Crocodiles everywhere else. That's not funny, though. That's just the truth.
Well, the answer to this one is one you see
We'll
later.
see you in a while, and the other one will see you later.
And then the other you will see in a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
I think I need that's a half point, though. I don't get a full point for that. I realized I knew that joke as soon as you started saying it. But I
All
missed
right,
the buzzer.
two more
so
here. Here we go.
I'll say, Joey. That's
That's
what
a
they
half.
say.
That's a half pointer.
All right.
I
Two more
missed
to
my
go.
chance.
Why are balloons so expensive?
They're not expensive. What kind of joke is this?
Because of inflation.
Ah, Jenny got it. Yeah.
Oh, she takes the lead.
Good one.
All right.
Jenny Hagen gonna win tonight.
What do you call an elf who wins the lottery?
Oh, dang! I know this too.
Got to be something with Faye.
Looks like our winner tonight is Jenny.
Well, what do you call an elf that wins the lottery? Wealthy.
Oh, right. Well, Jenny Hagen, she lost in Saskatchewan, but she's won on the meteorological report tonight.
There we go.
Good job, Jenny.
There is no prize. Well, you get to go next. How's that for a prize? The Brandon Hauk report tonight. Excellent. Good jokes there, Brandon. We'll come back to BC fire and thunderstorm stories in a minute. Let's go have a talk with Lost in Saskatchewan, Jenny Hagen there. We were there's lots that we'd talk to you about, but we might as well refresh last weekend. Tell us about last weekend's epic storm chase we had, which honestly, it was one of my favorite days ever as a weather nerd. And that's after catching, having 2 days in which I had 2 tornadoes in each of those days. But yet this tornado-less tornado chase ended up being one of my favorites. You can take it from there.
And that's the, I think, amazing thing about the Canadian chase community is even when storms don't fire, there is something special about the day. We saw that front move through a little bit too late to really bring that epicness, but it was epic on its own when we saw those community members see a few Facebook posts and they all flocked down to the egg to come chat weather, from young to old, new chasers, old chasers, all gathering in one spot for a simple thing about just loving weather and the sky. And so it was pretty special on its own, just on that aspects. The storms did fire after dark, which is unfortunate, reduced the tornado risk quite a bit. But still some very strong thunderstorms. We saw a lot of wind damage in that area, likely 110 to 120 kilometer hour winds in that area.
It was blasting.
It was wild when you were standing out. The storm wasn't even anywhere near you, and those winds were probably 90, 100 kilometers an hour. But it's not something you get to see so often. It's usually when the storm's really, really close that you get those heavy wind gusts, not 20 kilometers ahead of the storm like what we saw that evening.
That was unbelievable. Yeah, it was. Oh, we have an evacuation order. This just in, evacuation order. And I'll put it up there. It's for the Felker area.
Yeah, we had questions on the chat from the Wildfire.
So I'll let you continue, Jenny, but I wanted to put that one up there for everyone to see. So areas to the west of Highway 97 are under evacuation order now from Felker Fire. Yeah, so it started to that morning. I saw Trenton Patelachuk's I'm standing in front of the egg in Vegreville. And I was like, that's where I'm going. That's funny. And then he went and got an oil change. I was like, that's what I plan to do in Vegreville today. And then all the other storm chasers just happened to be showing up there. And then, of course, I told Hank, like, oh, meet us there. And then Ryan was planning to meet those other guys there. And it just so, Ryan Vodolainen was there. And Hank Leistra, some members of our panel. And then Jenny was there. And everyone just kind of got together at the egg. And we had this, like, long chit-chat. Everybody's hanging out, sharing food, sharing stories. And then, like Jenny was saying, these like youth came that were like storm crazy. I don't remember the one girl's name. Do you remember what?
No, sorry.
She had the dominant dog. It's one of my own kids getting barked at by my own dog. She had like a Dominator shirt that she made herself, and, such a Reed Timmer fan. And then she's just like starstruck, like, actual storm chasers. Like, she couldn't believe it, right? And the rest of us like, man, we're just, we were awkward like you once too. Trust me, we still are. And
special seeing that passion, because we're so far ahead of that now, and it brings back those memories of having that passion when we were young like them, and the starstruck of just the raw power of nature. So it's nice to see that in the eyes of the younger generation as I get older.
Well, what's crazy too is that, like you and I aren't that different in age. When I was young, there was no one to talk to weather about.
Oh yeah.
There was no radar to look at. I would call the Trenton Air Base weather line to listen to the forecast update. That was the best I could do. Now, no one calls the military weather line anymore. You don't need to. You can just go online and find all this information. There was no radar. You know how I would like triangulate storms. In Ontario, there's a lot of AM channels. Like triangulate storms by checking Ottawa, Bancroft, Belleville, Peterborough channels. Where's the interference? Oh, it's in Peterborough. Good, it's coming this way probably. And then like we didn't have good cameras, so I got. So much of that just doesn't even exist in terms of record, where we just like go out there and stand there and stare at it and commune with nature. It's like, this is as close as it gets. And then, then Twister came out and I was like, wow, maybe it is possible to be a tornado chaser. Maybe I'm not crazy. So I just feel like when I look at like, there's our generation, then you have like the next generation down, like, which would be Trenton and Brendan Forsyth. And, they're a little bit younger, not by a great deal, but they're definitely the next generation down. They took it to the next level. Like they got their vehicles painted up. They take themselves seriously. They're like social media savvy. And I'm inspired by those guys, right? But now there's this next generation below them. And it's like each step of the way now we're having like this growth in the Canadian storm nerd scene. I just think that's so fantastic. Now for the radio listeners, maybe explain what you do in Saskatchewan a little bit.
For me, I am a lot like Brandon. I'm on the radio. I do a lot of weather updates there and been chasing storms for just about 20 years across the Canadian prairies, northern US, and reporting on that as we go along. So definitely swinging more into the journalism role in the last few years. And I really do look for Brandon for that inspiration, because really just bringing that joy of weather to everyone around, just making them smile, because weather, it deserves a smile.
It does. And, so I got to be, when I caught the tornadoes there in Saskatchewan, the first set, I got to be interviewed by West Central Online, one of your employees there. And it was a great interview. You were on vacation, so I got to do it with him and not you. And, even they are kind of a little bit in awe of the fact that, you have this person nearby who knows so much about what goes on, right? They're like, well, I'm nothing like Jenny. He had to like qualify that a few times,
When I got back from vacation, they're like, okay, Jenny, you can have the weather back. It's complicated.
And two, like Brandon, when we started this show 5 years ago, I mean, he had his job. He'd already been at it for 5 or 6 years, I think, already by that point. But I don't think it was a for sure thing that that's what he's like cemented that down in the last 5 years. Like he's a radio broadcaster for the rest of his life now. He's never going to have to worry about finding a job in radio. Right. And
there is no replacing Brandon there. So they better keep him for a long time.
2 years ago yesterday, as of 2 years ago yesterday, it was Brandon on the radio doing the evacuation messaging during the Jasper wildfire, for example. And if he was in the Caribou, he'd probably be talking about this right now on the GOAT FM or something like that. As you can see, the Felker wildfire evacuation. Now, I did say in a post earlier today, the fire looks like it's about 10 kilometers more or less from Highway 97. It could challenge the highway. I said that. Could challenge 141 house or whatever it is in here, 143 house, or there's some, you guys know what I'm saying. There's one of the 150s up here around the bend, and I said Williams Lake would not be challenged. It's farther north. The winds aren't going to blow that way. It's too far. But embers could fly into this section in that that fire's really been standing up. There's a lot of new messages people are sending me in videos that I haven't been able to get to yet. So we'll try to get to some of that, and we'll throw some of that up here in a second. Tell us about your storm chasing career, Jenny. Some successes.
Some successes.
It's been a while, so we can redo this.
Been quite a while. Like, I think probably my first in-person encounter with a tornado, which was the Tilston, Manitoba tornado that I actually got to document, I guess I should say. So that one was absolutely amazing, and the odd kind of thing where thousands and thousands of frogs were like flooded to the highway after the storm. It was just the coolest weather phenomenon I'd ever seen. And, you know, those frogs looking for some warmth after the nasty storm. I got into weather because I took a little ride inside a tent, inside a plow wind, and I thought I was flying in a tornado just like Dorothy. And that's what really just sparked my love of severe weather, and it never left. And, you know, 12 years old, moving out to this Kindersley area in Saskatchewan, which is a very active tornado track. And that's when, you know, Twister came out, and there's little 11-year-old me on her pedal bike pedaling out to the edge of town to catch herself a tornado. And just across the Canadian prairies, lots of amazing storms. There's ones up by Peyton where I got 6 tornadoes in one day.
What?
So you gave me a run for my money there, Joey, when you were out in Saskatchewan to beat me for that number. And
not even close. 6 in one day. I had 4 in 3 days, and you know what? We could have had 5 or maybe even 6 or 7 if we'd been good. But that would have been in 4 days. We're on 6 in one day, so I mean
that one was interesting. You know, film the first tornado that pops down, and it lifts, and throw my tripod in the truck, and I close the door, and I'm like, there's another one right there. Like, so that one was a pretty crazy day. And it was extra special because, you know, I got to have my daughter along with me, it's always nice when you can share that with your kids and they have the same passion for severe weather. And looking forward to what else we're going to catch. You know, we're on track to possibly hit a record here in Saskatchewan for tornadoes. We're now, with these new ones that NTP confirmed, we're up to 34 in Saskatchewan. Most recently, I think it was 2012 that we had 33 tornadoes, which was a lot, and 99 where we had 41. So we're inching up to that, you know, record there at 34. We only have 7 more to go, and that'll break a record for Saskatchewan.
Just looking at the new fire perimeter BC wildfires put up now in Felker. And it really did balloon, and it went wind prevailing, like just straight burns. The head of the fire really took off. So it hasn't burned much to the north or the south. It's really been head fire predominant, it looks like, by the shape of it. And I know one of my viewers who sent me a video lives just, I think, just here by the lake. Very close to it. Very close to it. So... and then these hot spots are probably smoke. I doubt that there's fresh starts along that. Otherwise, we'd see that evacuation order on the. So just to remind you that these maps, these hot spot detection maps, aren't great for showing fire perimeter. What they do show us very well, though, is activity. So you can really see how the activity is stretched out along that along the axis of the wind.
What are the wind depths in there?
Earlier today, I don't know what specifically, but earlier today there was a 36 38.4 measured at the Williams Lake Airport, which is a little ways up here, as you can see. 34.6. They had 10 bombers on it, including the 6 skimmers. So it was getting hit really hard, and nothing seemed to stop it. And that's what people have to understand is, like, you can bomb the hell out of it when it's in that kind of fire activity. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The intensity of that fire, there's not much you can do until it calms down. Luckily, we got some weather coming that'll help calm it down, but I don't know if it's moving this far, this fast, and that kind of thick forest. There's a definite chance it reaches the highway before the weather change comes. And we have a lot of thunderstorms that are going to precede it on Saturday. So we're going to have probably wind gusts involved in that. So I think that's becoming a concerning fire quickly for everybody in the 141 Mile House area there. Hate to say it, but you heard it here first. Of course, I've been wrong about things in the past, so maybe they can get an edge on it first thing in the morning and get a guard on it and maybe do some back burning and try to cut off some of the fuels. Like, I'm sure there's tactics that BC Wildfire Service can do. If they had no firefighters there, you can bet that before the weather change happens this weekend, that thing would make it to the highway at the rate it's been burning. So, keep in mind, it looked like a sure loss was coming to Boston Bar, and somehow they managed to put up a strong enough defense and encourage it to burn away from the town. It's burned up the mountain. It's burned around town. There's been fire on every side of Boston Bar. But the last messaging I heard, and by looking at these hot spots, the hot spots, these white ones are all from, a day ago or whatever. The town seems to have survived. It's an actual miracle. And they took a little bit of rain this morning, too, in the morning hours. And I think that helped calm things down a little bit, helped knock the smoke down a little bit. So they were able to get aviation in on it today, which for a while they couldn't. Just too smoky to get an aircraft in there. So there's the other thing about just relying on aircraft only, thinking the aircraft are your solution, is that often if the fire's cranking too much, like, you can hit it with everything, and the intensity of the fire is just too much. It's not going to slow it down much. When you're doing that, you need you need the weather to calm down. You need the nighttime to settle in, and maybe we hit dew point. That would really help us some overnight recovery, put a little bit of moisture in the air. But that's not a guarantee given the weather we're in right now that we get dew down there. We've had every day here up in Wells, but that's the beauty of living at 4,000 feet above sea level. The beauty of it. So we'll try to keep our eyes on that. And we do have, hey, Karen, how have you been? Are you still here? She is still. No, she's not. Karen's left us. I was going to ask Karen how she's been doing. We've lost Karen. It's getting smoky in Prince George. I'm hearing that. And Brandon Houck is fully stoked on a thunderstorm.
Brandon Houck on a severe thunderstorm, which is kind of tough to see with this wildfire smoke around here, but it's out here. It's hiding through the haze here. And we've got severe thunderstorm off to the southwest, moving to the east, so eventually moving anywhere between Lake Newell and Vauxhall in the next little bit here. The sky behind this storm is pretty incredible, I have to say. Absolutely. It looks freaky and it looks weird. But yeah, so we got a severe thunderstorm. We'll continue. I hear the thunder. We'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Boom. There goes the dynamite. There goes the dynamite.
This is thunder cracks. Yes.
We missed the woohoo. Where was that? There.
Woo!
There we are.
Michelle Ober sent me this. This is the Felker Creek wildfire. That would be about an hour ago, I think now, probably. That's what our Felker Creek wildfire was looking like about an hour ago. I really appreciate it when people send me video and images because I make video basically for a living. And having material to work with and share around helps my channel, helps me, helps everything I'm doing. So appreciate when people send me that kind of stuff. I know one of the videos Lacey sent me, my friend Lacey, had people really going, wow. This one here.
I don't know how it spread so fast, but look over there, the little one piping up now. Over here, guys.
He's at 150
This
mile.
little one here. Before it was just one plume like this, right here.
How did it bed?
I don't... Well, the wind, there's so much wind.
Yeah, but now it looks like it's slowing down because it's not all together.
It's not all gather. Yeah, so you can see how that fire is really spread out. I think this is Sue Voth's video. This one shows how close it was to her house today. Oh, it's not going to play it for some reason. I don't understand why some formats Zoom just hates. So unfortunately, we can't play Sue's video. No, not going to work. Ah, come on. I'm live here. Zoom, work with me. So I can't show it, but that's it's really close to her house. So that's one of many fire images I got here that we can maybe go through today. Here's another nice one from Lacey. Oh, Graham Blair Christensen's about to enter the studio. Storm chaser that wasn't at the egg this weekend. Surprised me because Graham's got family in Vegreville.
Graham's back.
Yeah, he's not there, but he's there. He's not there, but he's there, Frankie. Okay, we got another Frankie video to go through quickly. Yeah, let's put that one on right now. It's about earthquakes and stuff like that, right, Frankie?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Frankie McDowell, my own team station live in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Heavy rain with strong winds is headed towards northeastern United States on Tuesday, July the 21st, 2026. Is going to bring a lot of rain. New York City and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's going to bring so much rain. New York City, Newark, New Jersey, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Manhattan, New York, Bronx, New York, Brooklyn, New York, Queens, New York, and Long Island, New York, and Staten Island, New York, including Newark, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Hartford, Connecticut, and Rhode Island surrounding areas. Is going to bring so much rain in northeastern United States, especially New York City and Philadelphia. I urge everyone to wear your rubber boots, raincoats, ready. That's going to postpone some baseball games on Tuesday in New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia. I want every single person to be prepared, dress really dry, and stay dry. It's going to bring a lot of rain in northeastern United States, including Washington, D.C., Baltimore, those places. A chance of thunder and lightning. Be safe. This is for Joey Ollie. I'm doing great over. Joey Ollie is the host of the Meteorological Weather Report every day. Say that to 7 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Atlantic. It's on CX 88.7 FM for Georgia. CJ Governor 95.9 FM for the radio. CFPX.
Tune in, boys. Tune in.
92.5 FM for Kansas. It's on Terrible Weather do Joey Ollie. Terrible Weather do YouTube channel. I'm on Joey Ollie podcast. And Brandon, how can you keep going with all these people? Best luck on Facebook. This is 3 Lots Weather for Joey Ollie. Western Mexico and Guatemala border had a 7.3 magnitude earthquake in southwestern Mexico and Guatemala border. It did some damage to the buildings and houses and people's properties in Guatemala and southwestern Mexico. Did some damage in buildings and brought down, paralyzed, and snapped tree branches in half and snapped a telephone poles in half. I urge everyone to start doing earthquake drills. Have your medical kits, emergency kits, flashlights, candles, crank up radio, extra batteries, generators, battery operating lanterns, and bottled water ready as well. Start doing the earthquake drills now for people living in southwestern Mexico and Guatemala border. Be prepared. Be safe. Don't get caught in earthquakes in the future. Be safe.
Don't get caught in earthquakes. Graham Blair Christensen's just tuning in there. Storm Chaser Graham Blair, who was not in Vegreville this weekend. I was surprised, but he's playing chess right now. And
apologize for the noisy restaurant, but your show just happens to coincide with our chess group. So.
That's totally fine by me. Yeah. Who's winning?
I don't know. I think I'm doing all right.
That's good. I love chess too. I totally do. So that's
Graham Blair too. I think he's playing video games over here. Want to say hi? It's Joey.
Hi.
How's it going, buddy?
Good.
Yeah. Have you seen any storms since I seen you last?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, we got that tornado in Saskatchewan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's right, Tatum. You got the tornado that I missed.
Yeah, we were on that supercell that initiated by Glaslyn and then moved east, and we got the one that was just west of Belbutte, the Klein Lake tornado, and Northern Tornadoes Project just confirmed that one EF0. And then we saw the Spiritwood one. That one was beautiful, but I only saw it in the side mirror, and my dash cam bit the dust earlier in the year, so I don't have a dash cam. So I actually have no footage of it, because by the time I pulled over, it was gone. But
Still
I got a
counts.
glimpse.
Still counts. You
Yep.
know what? Not only am I glad that you got it because you're my buddy and you're part of our panel now podcast, but I'm also glad because I said that's where I wanted to go and that's not where I was. But the fact that you were there where I said I should be,
yeah,
kind of redeems me in somehow. Like I don't know how to explain that, but like I failed to take my own advice,
Yeah.
and Graham was where I thought I should be, and he got the tornadoes. At least one of us got the tornadoes. At least I wasn't wrong about where I should be.
Yeah. Well, I saw that updraft going up because I was going past it, going towards Cold Lake for that big EF3. But I was late to the party on that one, and I saw the updraft going up by Glasgow, and I was like, that's probably going to go off. But I don't know why I kept driving, got behind it, and then I was like, all right, we got to get back in front of it again. So kind of had to punch through it to get ahead of it. But then once we got ahead of it, yeah, it was just dropping tornadoes and beautiful supercell. Really low to the ground, had gorgeous structure.
I was editing that video sequence tonight, and I actually have it on video where I stop and look back and see towers shooting up to the south, and I'm like, oh, look, it's going to fill into the south. We should go south next. And then we still went to Meadow Lake for some unbelievable reason. Probably exhaustion or just... Or it's like when a firefighter gets their eyes on a piece of smoke, on a smoke sometimes, they just run towards it. There it is. Let's go get it. And then I come in after as a danger tree assessor and be like, has anyone looked at these trees? Are you guys safe in here? Get out of here. You don't just run to the smoke. What are you doing?
It's tempting to go where the tornado warning is and not rather than where you anticipate it to be. But yeah, it often seems to the updrafts, they pop, going south down the line. Oh, what are we looking at?
Brutal news for British Columbia now. A little too... I'll pull another map out in a second, because unfortunately this isn't showing up. The lightning activity now in southern BC is going ballistic. It's going ballistic.
Oh boy,
so we're gonna have
more fire.
There's gonna be a lot more fire starts to talk about, and I think the area that's taken these lightning strikes is not where I expect to see much for rain. So Jenny's about to take off. We're about to say close off the radio show, so we're gonna let Frankie say his words.
If you want to follow me on social media, my blue skies at Frankie MacD. My link tree is Frankie MacD. And my X is my Frankie MacD. And my red is FrankDo1984. My subred is FrankDo. And my threads is at Frankie MacD1984. And my Facebook is Frankie MacDonald. My Instagram is Frankie MacD1984. My TikTok is FrankDo1984. My Clapper is FrankDo1984. My Twitch is FrankDo1984. My Snapchat is Frankie MECD1. My YouTube channel is Stock Moves. And my LinkedIn is Frank Donald. Best luck down, Frank Donald. There's a meteorological weather report every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Atlantic. I'll be on Base Guy Show tomorrow night.
All right. We're going to keep the live stream going a little bit longer. I'm Joey Olney with co-host Brandon Houck and star of the show, Frankie McDonald. We just had Graham Blair Christensen from Lara Media Tours. If you are ever in the Drumheller area, want a good tour of dinosaur bones or tornadoes, you want to talk to Lara Media. And then we had Jenny Hagen on as well, of course, Storm Chaser, Lost in Saskatchewan, Jenny Hagen from West Central Online. Thanks for being with us, Jenny. Thanks for chasing with me this weekend. That was awesome.
Jenny, you liked the Gary and Dino show.
I did. I gave him a like.
Yeah, you belong on the Gary Dino show. And then we also had Karen Richards from Interior Weather and Wilderness Watchers paying attention to the questions for Frankie segment. That's the radio version this week. We'll continue with the live stream a little bit longer here. Caribou Weather Dude YouTube channel every Thursday night. Check in right here, everybody. That's the show, Frankie.
That's the show.
Except it's not the show. It's just the show.
Frankie, all right, I'm going to take off. I'm in a noisy restaurant. So.
Sounds good. Thanks for stopping in, Graham.
Pop in and say hi. Yeah, good to talk to you.
Well,
I love that. I love that.
You can give me the dinosaur bone tour.
What's that, Jenny?
I said I'll come out and you can give me the dinosaur bone tour.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah, let me know if you're ever in the area. Yeah.
I
got your sticker on my helmet.
Bye.
What's that?
It said it's not too far from me, so we'll stop by.
Yeah, you're in Kindersley, right?
Yeah, well, Etonia.
Yeah, that area. Yeah, for sure. Let me know.
I had your handheld radio with me. I thought you were going to show up in Vegreville and didn't.
Yeah, I wanted to, but didn't work out.
Understand.
I'll get it off you sometime. I should have had you leave it with my parents because my parents live there. Didn't think of it. They're literally like 3 blocks away from where you guys were hanging out at the egg there.
There's a really high chance that Josh and I are back in like 3 weeks. If I'm not on a wildfire, at least at this rate, I don't know. Like my boss from Wolverine did call today.
We have a Barbinski out of Barbara.
All right, I gotta take off.
All right,
see you
good
guys.
to see you, Graham.
Take care.
Graham Bear Christensen there. Heavy rain,
that'll
strong
be
wind
interesting
gusts.
thing for Saskatchewan is to see how long this season extends with that delayed seeding. So I hope to see you out in the prairies coming up.
I think it's going to extend. I do. I think so because you're going to get that second wave of weather. It's kind of like the spring behavior that you get as you get into the second half of summer. So it's kind of like you have spring thunderstorm season, which is very low pressure oriented. You know what I mean? Like, frontal systems moving through. But then you get to July where you don't require that as much. You get the heat cranking, makes big thunderstorms. But then often in August, second half of August, coming into September, you get that period again where you get those late season frontal passage type of storms, which Brandon had a big experience with last year.
Mm-hmm.
On the
Jenny got to see it
18th of
last year
August?
too, yeah.
Was that the 18th or something like that?
20th of August. Yep.
Yeah. So
no, that was a potent storm. One of my favorite. It was a absolute beast. I should send the big supercell that into the chat there so you guys can remember.
150 kilometer wide swath of thunderstorm going on right now. That line's producing a lot of electricity. A lot of electricity. A lot of new fire starts that are going to happen in there. That's just moving basically just south of Christian Valley area right now towards, looks like it's coming towards Edgewood. Maybe Farquhar is going to be, I know it's Farquhar. I think locals sometimes call it the Fuck War Ferry. And then I think we're looking at nighttime initiation further to the east. So I think Kimberley, Cranbrook, these areas probably going to get a show through the night, maybe even late tonight. But here's our big system right there. That's a big fire maker. There's a lot of lightning kicking off in there. We've lost Jenny. We've lost everybody. Over 200 lightning strikes in the last 20 minutes in there. Over 200 lightning strikes. So you do the math. Generally, the positive strikes are the ones that are most likely to create a fire. I don't know if you're aware of that, Brandon, but I'm sure you can guess why.
Oh, yes.
But you have to guess why. Why are the positive strikes more likely to start a fire? What do you think?
Well, likely because they're cloud to ground, they hit the tree and spark the fire. So it's dry,
Well, those positive strikes tend to come out of the ground.
Oh, yeah, they come from the ground up. That's right. Yep.
And they tend to be way more powerful than just your average lightning strike. So the positive strikes are generally the ones that are the fire starters, especially, but not explicitly. Looks like a little bit of front. These guys are starting to pop up around Castlegar, Grand Forks. I wouldn't be surprised if the next half hour, these turn into thunderstorms. Looks like it's going to happen. Popping outside the line. So yeah, that's our next. The thing is, like, a lot of BC is going to cool down for the next little while. The south, I think this 28 in Penticton was probably going to be something like that next week through much of the week. Like, we're going to have a big cool down. The Caribou, it's going to cool down some down south, certainly like that 36, 38 degree temperature that Brandon's going to get this weekend in Brooks. Like, we're sending that over. So, like, we're going to have a shortage of the extreme heat. Like, the heat warnings will come down.
And then I'm out of here.
Where are you going?
I am going. This is going to be the furthest north I've ever been.
Oh?
In Canada.
Okay, I'm curious.
Very curious. It is, yes, it is going to be very, very close to the Northwest Territories.
Oh, right to the top of northern Alberta there, eh?
Actually, northern Saskatchewan.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
family or something there? I mean, maybe
Oh,
this
yeah.
isn't what you want to tell everybody on the radio. I don't know.
Well-
Maybe I'm like asking too many questions, but I'm genuinely curious where what you're doing. So
Well, we'll share it all the details next week, of course, but there's not going to be any Wi-Fi up there. There won't be much in the way of Wi-Fi. So that's why doing a show next week's going to be next to impossible.
they expanded the severe thunderstorm watch now out towards Nelson, Castlegar, Nakusp, Frost Hill, Burton, Fukwar, Slocan, Windlaw. Conditions are favorable. They don't really tell you anything, eh? I hate that. Like, just tell us something.
Yeah.
It's like something, but it's always the same thing. Conditions are favorable.
I'll stop popping bubble wrap on the show.
Looks like a little bit of hail just on the north tip of Anarchist Mountain there.
Another one right there. Turn this on.
A little bit down by the Cathedral Mountains. Some hail in there. That is going to be a fire starter. After this much heat, this much drawing. I mean, I'm just leveling with you straight up and telling you all the way it is. That's going to be a fire starter. I wonder if I haven't looked at the chat for a while. If there's any questions here. Yeah, all the stories start with kids on the bike, Shannon saying. I thought that's funny because Reed Timmer was chasing his first tornadoes on a bike, and then Graham's chasing his first tornadoes on the bike.
Oh, yeah.
And Brandon was chasing tornadoes on a bike yesterday.
Me? Wait a minute. Yeah, I was on the bike yesterday. There are no tornadoes, though.
Yeah, okay.
But I have chased storms on a bike. That's on an electric
Newell
bike, yes.
The Lake Newell bike run. Yeah, the electric bike. So if it hits your bike, you have like unlimited.
Of extra power, right?
Yeah, unlimited
Extra
power.
hour of power.
So I assume the name of that lake is the lake. Yeah. Yeah. It's
Lake Newell.
Lake Newell. Someone posted on the potential pyrocumulus photo going towards Boston Bar Fire. I don't see that on radar. But I do see that Clinton has stood up pretty good. In fact, that's probably I'll put it on here. The fire in Clinton is putting up a bit of a pyrocumulus stack right now. You can see it pretty clearly. And Clinton's kind of far out in the radar range, so if it's showing up there at all, then it tells you a lot about how tall it's standing up. The radar beam at that distance is shooting a long way. Let's see, what's the radar beam's distance to there? So 3.3 kilometers up, the beam's going, 185 kilometers to the target. So just to give you an idea, it's not a great range for radar. And there's been a lightning strike in this. So someone's saying on the comments there that pyrocumulonimbus possible out there. There has been a lightning strike again on this French Creek fire. So the conditions aren't great for it, but it still managed to throw the odd lightning strike through the day. It's kept itself. So it's cranking. That fire is absolutely cranking. It's absolutely cranking. In terms of Boston Bar, not seeing smoke. Again, like you smoke, the radar beam is going to penetrate smoke. So it's not the smoke itself that the radar beam, just like the radar beam penetrates clouds, the radar beam does pick up raindrops, though, when they condense and fall to the cloud. The difference here would be that when we were seeing those big stacks in Boston Bar the other day, just like we're seeing here in Clinton, what you're seeing isn't the smoke necessarily. It's charred bits of stuff that's being flung in the air. Little pine needles and things that the radar beam can actually reflect back off of. So if you're getting a fire that's showing up on radar, you automatically know that it's cranking. It's cranking. It's got enough convection, enough heat beneath it that it's throwing those needles. It's transporting them. In some cases, what we could do is look at windy's been so weird lately. Like, I haven't been looking at Alberta for like an hour, but yet there's your storm by Carmen Gay.
Oh, that's an old image, I think. Yeah.
Now I'm going to try again.
I think Strathmore radar's down again. Yep.
Okay, here I got it now.
Just have to look at Schuler.
Now I got it. I just had to restart. Windy. So on the correlation coefficient, Brandon can explain the correlation. I want to let you do it. Tell him about the size of objects.
So yeah, sometimes, especially with the correlation coefficient, especially during tornadoes, that this thing can pick up debris that gets lofted into the air. So what I know about this one, and especially when you have a very large tornado, this signature looks pretty noisy from what I see here on this map there, but definitely shows, yes, a big thick blanket of smoke. Pyrocumulus activity right over the Clinton area.
Picking up the needles and little bits and chunks of bark and things.
Yeah.
So from looking at the correlation coefficient the other day, I predicted later on at night, you could see clearly on the coefficient. Now, it looks like other side of Loon Lake here on this one. I said, you people can expect to find debris and crap and dust and pine needles on your cars tomorrow, ash and things like that. And that actually extended all the way to Salmon Arm, to Falkland. I made a prediction, and I thought that's a long ways. It's a long ways from Falkland to Boston Bar, just roughly, 150K, roughly. And it absolutely came true. So that's something you can count on, I think, if you have a big wildfire and it's in radar range, Brandon, as you can look at the correlation coefficient and make a determination as to how far, bits are going to fall. So on this one, we'll go back to correlation coefficient again. On this one from Clinton, it's not going that far yet. So it's not getting up into the upper winds probably. Maybe, though, some of it is actually going as far as almost barrier. And we'll see some of that sink back down because the radar beam is shooting up at an angle, right? It's not shooting straight across. It's like tilted, so it's shooting upwards, that long distance. So that means, but it doesn't cover the top layer necessarily. So some of this stuff is actually probably going up and then will sink down in time, and then the radar will pick it back up again. So I'm going to assume that this dot right here is probably exactly that. Some of that stuff starting to settle from that fire. So don't be surprised, people in the barrier, Lewis Creeks, Simcoe, Darfield, and whatnot, if you have exactly what I just suggested tomorrow. Dust on your vehicles and things like that. Okay, I got more video clips I can show people from today, so I'll shut this down for now. But our thunderstorms, it's not a nasty storm necessarily, but it's very electric. It's very electric. They had moments where it was pretty severe. There's a few areas that are kind of nuggy. Maybe some hail in here still at the end. Nothing huge. But there's a lot of electricity in that. It's throwing off a lot of lightning strikes. What did I just say I was going to look at? Holy. It's tough being a one-man show. I just said I was going to look at something, and then I totally... Oh, yeah, I was going to put up some of these video clips from today and yesterday. Here's one that's pretty neat, actually. Is it this one? No, this is Lillooet last night. That's the Riley fire. And people were like, hey, I thought that fire was out. Realize that in this heat, in this weather condition, in this low humidity, I got the BC Strong hat shirt on and the Shuswap Strong hat that was given to me. I guess my forecasting during the big Shuswap fire had some people get their livestock out a week prior, and they were very thankful to me for that. So they sent me a number of things. So you think a fire is out. In your mind, fires go out. It's not like that. It's not like you look at the forest in BC. It's like very thick duff layers. You can dig down. There's like roots and stuff all in there. The fire tends to dig in the ground. You got to go and make sure every single ember is out. And sometimes it just takes one surviving ember that no one knows, some little hot spot. And sometimes you get like a green type 3 crew that comes along. And I've seen this. And they're like coming to an area and they're like, I smell something. Do you smell something? Everyone's standing around. I think I smell. Is it over here? And they look around for a while. Is it here? And then someone, after they get tired of looking for 10 minutes, will say, nah, it's probably nothing. and they start walking away. And that's when Joey jumps from around the corner and says, if you smell smoke, it's not nothing. Of course, hardcore crews will go and start digging everything, trying to find that little hot spot, because they understand that it just takes one little hot spot cooking for a week. That's probably what happened with this fire at Felker. Lightning struck there. You had just and it maybe dropped some rain on. You had like underneath the log, one little hot spot that kind of survived under a dry spot, and it kind of like smoldered like a campfire and crawled around for days, and finally got itself into some fuel today in the wind and started climbing up something, and then became not just a ground fire, got into the tree. Next thing you know, you got a crown fire, and the crown fire is running. People always ask me about the dead forests in British Columbia. They're saying, well, look at all the dead trees. It's not the dead trees that are problems right now. It's the green trees that are super dried by the weather pattern we're in which we have low humidity and high temperatures, and that dries your forest fuels out, and it dries your trees out. And then you get these green trees that become very susceptible to fire, and they go up in crown fires, and then the next one next to it goes up, and the next one goes up to it. You take a tree that's lost all its leaves, it's dead, and it's standing there. It's not easy to set that thing on fire. Like, from experience, putting wood in your wood stove, that you need to have kindling, that you need to put paper and stuff in there too. You can't just put a bunch of logs in and stick a match in there and expect it to burn, right? It's not the dead trees that are the problem. It's the live ones. It's not the live ones are the problem. The problem is that we have a warmer climate on average now than we had 25 years ago, in which this summer has not been that bad. It's been closer to what an average British Columbia summer should be like. We've managed to get through to July 23rd before we are talking about, panic time. It used to be that August was fire season. Looks like, it comes earlier and earlier. But, all in all, if you compare where we are right now to past fire seasons, we're still doing pretty good in British Columbia. There's been some big stories and some scary moments. If you look at 2003, there wasn't that much total burn that year compared to other years that we've seen in recent history. We think of 2003 as this really bad fire season. That's because of where the fires were. The fire was in Kelowna. It was on Anarchist Mountain. It was in Barrier. 3 very visible fires that challenge communities. That's like we have in Boston Bar, where the fire's location is very problematic. How much actual burn have we had this year? We've been very lucky. We've been very lucky this year in a lot of regards. So I'll keep looking here. We'll put you another video on. This is from the Bonanza fire. Yes, this one. This was sent to me by a viewer last night who made this time lapse. The Bonanza fire, that's outside Gold Bridge, just cranking. And you can see the Peleus clouds on top. See the little, if you see the ice crystal cap, it's like a very smooth layer. And that's ice crystals. That's so this moisture is being released from the burning wood, and it's getting up to the top layer, and then it's freezing. So it's getting up high enough that it's actually punching up towards the atmospheric cap. And if you had a little bit of a trigger of instability, this thing right here would become a thunderstorm just like nothing. Absolutely would. We'll play it one more time for you. So yeah, Bonanza fire, Gold Bridge yesterday, and there's some paddle boarders there or something. Is that what that's called? When they stand on the board and paddle around? I can't imagine why you want to do that, just to be, contrarian, because if I'm on the lake, I just want to sit around and enjoy myself. It's like I stand all the time. Now I got to relax by standing on the water. Come on, that's weird. But people do it. They like it. Maybe they're easy to transport. I mean, that is a really nice time lapse. I mean, it's a really horrific one. And that's a fire that's definitely at high rank extreme fire behavior going on. And punching up high enough, the heat is driving it upwards enough that it's actually reaching up to the atmospheric cap. Getting into super cold temperatures. It's a fantastic video. So I should have her name written down here. I don't, who sent me the video. Thank you, though, from Goldbridge. And I know I did mention her name in the the broadcast this morning when I put it up. So there's another crazy image from today. There's been many. There's definitely been many. I think when the fire first started earlier today, this guy, Stephen Laurent.
This is getting bigger and bigger. This has gotten way bigger. This is crazy.
No, please don't.
I'm praying that it doesn't make its way to Chimney Lake and burn everything down over here.
That's going the other way.
Yeah.
Challenge
The lake's
97.
so beautiful and I don't want it to be all black.
Oh, listen to the child.
I haven't seen one. I hear an air bomber.
Dad, can I get out?
That's the electric heavy.
I want to get out.
This way.
Don't get out.
You don't see it yet, buddy.
There's the RJ385. I think they had that on there too. The jet one definitely made some drops today, and then the skimmers definitely were attacking it. Who sent me
This
video
gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
to the skimmers in the video. That was Steven's video. I see if this is another one of Sue's videos. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Was it this one? No, that's not that at all. This is
Leave work at 6 o'clock, but
Nolan.
look at all this alto here. All of this is starting to rise up. There's precipitation behind me over Central Surrey at the moment. This is starting to explode up. I think we could get lightning in the next little bit here. It wouldn't surprise me. Another show for the Lower Mainland again tonight.
It tried. It really did try. Let's have a look at that radar again here tonight. It really did try. These are still cranking down south here. Lightning City. Looks like the head of the storm is now reaching the Arrow Lakes. So it's not far from Edgewood. Looks like Big White's getting some rain. Looks like it's coming towards just south of Edgewood. Will probably hit, you can probably, count all these areas to be generally in line as that's moving now into that area, progressing. And it's like a long, it's not moving like a line. Clearly, it's like a long, it's training, I call that. It's like a big, long train. Choo-choo. There's its wheels. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Yes, that's right. I went to art school. Literally. Severe thunderstorm watch has been expanded into the Kootenays. And unfortunately for Nolan, that's not what I wanted to do either. Fortunately for Nolan, our thunderstorm in Vancouver fell apart. So we had some significant activity, though, earlier in the day. We'll push play on tape here, and you can see south of Vancouver Island, the whole southern section, the Gulf Islands here in the south end. They took a lot of lightning in this line. And then it went over the water, and that was enough to just sit it down. You can see here it gets over the water, gets over the strait, and it just loses energy fast. Too uniform, the water, not enough friction. That looks like it's moving into the mountains there. Hopefully put some rain down, but it was quite the lightning show when it crossed the Olympic Mountains there. Hit Souk first, but then the whole rest of the line got pretty electric. And is that Salt Spring here? One of these ones, like, for example, it took a whole bunch of lightning at the time. More clips for you while I'm here, while I'm live for a little bit longer. Every Thursday night we come on here and do this, so I would hope that some of you would come back and join us next time. That would be great. What's this video? It won't work. Of course. Thanks, Zoom. Maybe I need to upgrade to a different streaming program than Zoom. Zoom is really meant for meetings more than anything. Okay, Boston Bar Fire. Here's Boston Bar Fire. Whatever.
Just heading home from Kanaka Bar, and we've discovered fire on the other side of the highway now. Of course, it's still bad over on that side, as you can see, but now there's open flames up on this side. Right around Anderson Creek, just immediately across the highway from Anderson Creek.
This is Tuesday night. Tuesday afternoon.
It's quite a significant size already.
How this fire
keep filming as we go around the corner.
does not burn down Boston Bar is an amazing miracle. It's a testament to hard work, blood and sweat.
Gosh, you can see open
to do anything in there. Wildfire Service has actually been using drones for ignition operations. So they've been doing some backburning with the help of drones that specially fly around. And yeah, if you can believe that. Pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. I'm going to check here and see what people are saying. If there's anybody still left here. Only 25 still watching. Unbelievable. Starting from the beginning. Right on, Nicole. Yeah, Peleus Cloud or Cap Cloud. Yep, exactly. Should try sharing the entire screen instead of the application, but it does show everything. Okay. Yeah, well, good to see so many people come to the show tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lisa, for putting down the $5 donation. Really appreciate that. The people just making those small donations, they add up, man. When you work as hard as I do, I'm just trying to get by being the Caribou weather guy. You know, that's the thing. I don't want to do anything else anymore. I just want to talk weather, chase storms and talk weather. Okay. What do I have here is a situation update that was put out earlier about the Brunswick fire from BC Wildfire Service. Brunswick Complex has Brunswick Creek, Ainsley Creek, and Anderson Creek fires now. Complex is being managed by an incident management team. So the smoke cleared at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Fire behavior increased rapidly. So what happened was the smoke was actually preventing the sun from getting through, which was limiting the fire's anger. Get that direct sunlight on there when it's over 30 degrees and that humidity is below 30%. That direct sunlight will get a fire up and running. So temperatures were suppressed through the day, but then smoke cleared and the sun got through, and then fire behavior picked up and it was elevated through the night. So it went for a run in nighttime. Temperature was warm enough at night. It was still able to do that. So it progressed north a lot and toward the southern flake of the Ainsley Creek wildfire. So they're going to join up if they haven't already. That's, a prediction I'll make. That's a safe one. So we got slightly cooler temperatures and higher humidity coming. But winds of 15 kilometers per hour or higher are forecast. So we had some wind today, which is that's an increase from recent days. It was pretty still in the province. Any benefit from the cooler conditions will be negated by any stronger winds. So if we can get the temperature to come down a little bit, well, if the winds are an issue through the weekend when the low is especially coming through, I think the low may pick up some winds in front of some of these fires. So I'm going to warn you about that there is the chance that we're going to see some decrease in fire activity as we get some rainfall in the province and get some cooler conditions. However, if there's a whole bunch of wind associated with this low pressure system ahead of the cold front, okay? So the past week, the fire growth has been terrain driven. They had some increased wind today, though. That was the predominant factor today. Fire behavior will be heavily influenced by the speed and direction of the wind as it funnels through the valley and the natural features. So it did clear the smoke a little bit. Again, yesterday, fire behavior was moderated through the day by a dense layer of smoke. Without that buffer of smoke, there's the potential for rapid growth and erratic fire behavior. All right. But also, when the smoke cleared, it also allowed for air operations, I think, to get in there. They couldn't get air ops in there for a little while. So until the fire no longer poses a threat to the community, structure protection is the top priority there. Structural firefighters got sprinkler systems set up. They're defending structures actively. I'm sure there's been hot spots falling in town. So when they say that they're actively defending structures, I'm assuming what that is telling me as a firefighter is that there were spot fires probably in town that people were dealing with, that there was probably active firefighting going on to prevent the town from burning down, and that no buildings seem to have been lost. Shows how hard people have been working through the night. That's Boston Bar First Nation, Canyon Alpine. They were using water tenders to draw water from the river and fill bladders staged within the community. So there's been bladders set up, a whole bunch of water bladders in different various locations. So if there is spot fires, they can use those bladders to hit them fast. But also those bladders will supply hose and sprinkler systems as well. This approach was built into the plan from the outset to avoid straining the local water system. Well, the local water system was turned off. I don't know if it's still off, but it was turned off yesterday at least. So people were pretty upset, like, oh, there's no water. What are they going to use? Well, there was a plan, and they didn't want the water infrastructure to be damaged, so they made the hard decision to turn the water system off. Yet we still had, a water delivery system in place for the firefighting itself. So the BC Wildfire Service crew are going to support the structure protection along the Highway 1. They're establishing water delivery along the contingency line that was constructed around Boston Bar. So that's kind of like your fighting line, the contingency line. That's like, they got an area that's like, this is where we're making our stand. This line was challenged last night, right? What does that tell you? That tells you the fire was burning up to the line, that they were actively fighting the fire at the line to prevent it from coming in the town. The town is still standing because of people's efforts. That's what this is telling you. If no one did anything, the town would be fucking gone days ago. Unlike yesterday when smoke grounded aircraft for most of the day, the winds that picked up did clear some of the smoke, and they did allow for some operations, and they did use drones overnight to map the fire perimeter. However, the fire perimeter probably changed pretty quickly when the daylight came. So Highway 1, it says check drive BC for the status, but I'm going to tell you, don't go through there. It's not going to be open. Chilliwack Natural Resource District road safety information has a list of Forest Service roads that are currently closed. I think just don't go anywhere near the area. Fraser Valley Regional District issued an evacuation order for Boston Bar on July 16th. Yesterday, July 21st, additional orders for Hell's Gate, Scuzzy Creek. That's not yesterday now. That's 2 days ago. Yes. Scuzzy Creek, that was on Tuesday night. So they had a bunch of new evacuation alerts and orders go up. So meanwhile, anyone should avoid traveling through the wild, any area that's been affected by the wildfires, because one of the main things that happens after wildfire goes through is it burns the trees' roots out, and a lot of trees fall over very easily. That's why you have people like me. I got a card. I have to go take a course every 4 years to renew this card, Dangerous Tree Assessor. And it's one of my jobs when I've been on fires is to be the first one to go into an area and make sure the area is safe. And I find that a very fun role because sometimes you go in there and there's things on fire everywhere and you get to be the first one to figure out what's going on. Then you can come back and tell the officers, like, this is what I saw in there. This is what I think you're going to need to do. So the Danger Tree Assessor has a bit of a scouting role just built into the nature of the job. But your job is to go in there and flag trees that you think are going to fall over. And there's ways of testing and knowing which trees are safe and which ones aren't, which we'll get into now. Heavy equipment, aircraft, and personnel are engaging in suppression activity. They got ash pits, which are hard to detect and can be hot for a long time. There's big ash pits. And it's burning down to the bedrock sometimes. There's so much roots and stuff in there that'll burn right down to the bedrock. And then you get these big ash pits. And they can sometimes be very cold and mundane. And other times, they're full of heat in there. So there's an easy way to test that. If you have a hose in your hand, you put a little water in the ash pit and it goes... It's great. Unstable soils and terrain are going to be a concern. Steep country in there, just like our friends in Mount Currie were worried about the ability for landslides to occur in that steep country. If the fire burns too hot down, burns into the roots and burns the things that are holding the mass of soil and duff on top of the mountain. So you got the increased potential for rock slides and landfalls and rock falls and landslides and things like that, which we saw after the fires in 2021. Then we had the atmospheric river come through, and the ground had not had time to recover. The water sloughed very quickly off that burnt ground, and we had all kinds of problems that came up out of that. I don't have to remind you of all those problems right now. Towns that were affected. And not just like in the Lower Mainland, I mean like towns, what's that Highway 6? There's a little town there. Between Ashcroft and Merritt, Kilchina, some of that area, there were some communities that were cut off there from flooding and whatnot. Increased water runoff, which lead to flooding and debris flows. So just some of the things that we have to deal with now. We do have some images finally, but these are already several days old. Well, this one's from July 22nd. That gives you kind of a good idea of, you can see we're facing north there, and you can see Anderson Creek fire there cranking off. Yeah. So Boston Bar survives. It's a miracle as far as I'm concerned. It's a miracle the town didn't just go in that first extreme run of fire. Yeah. I like what Lisa's saying here. Love seeing so many people here tonight. I do. We make this show every week, and so often we're like, it's the radio version that ends up being the one that people are like, I heard you on the radio. I'm like, yeah, we do it on YouTube too. And they're like, huh? Question. One of the sponsored ads is from Thrift Books. I clicked on it as I'm looking for some books I'm having a hard time finding here. Do I have a promo code? Oh, I don't. Those are just random things that YouTube throws on there. Random things. So I don't have a promo code. I wish I had a proper sponsorship. Honestly, I need a sponsorship pretty badly. I mean, thanks to Lisa and Ann for throwing down a little bit of gas money this weekend. That helped me on my trip. We were burning a lot of gas to go chase tornadoes and get weather footage. And I'd be out probably somewhere right now getting footage. Well, not right now because I do my show on Thursday nights, but I'd be out getting footage in the next few days too. And just the ability to travel every day, I just can't afford to do that so much. So I'm looking for some sponsorships in terms of like I need some repairs in the truck. And it's not just that I need repairs in the truck. I want to like soup the thing up a bit more for tornado season next year. I want to get windows that won't be smashed by hail. I have a lot of dents in my windshields right now. A lot of cracks, which is, it was fun. It was fun getting them. It was fun getting them. What else can we do tonight? Let's go back and look again at Fire Map one more time here. And then maybe I'll play you something that we aired in the channel today. I wish people would go. So I made these awesome storm chasing videos. We went and caught 4 tornadoes. And there's been like 150 views on the video of the tornado, for example, on one of the tornadoes. It's like, so I got these awesome storm chasing videos. I'm putting them up every day at noon right now on the channel. Come by and watch them. There's a playlist, Prairie Storm Chases 2026. You know, it's like full of all the different, yeah. But you think about it, I had 6.7 million views on my Facebook this month, going out chasing storms. And if your company was sponsoring us, either with some off-road 4x4 work on the truck here to get it, more ready for more tornado chasing, or if it was for gas, imagine 6.7 million views. It could, if I'm saying sponsored by you, sponsored by so-and-so, it could really help get you out there a little bit. So just something to think about. I think, man, with $1,000, we could get out to the prairies again and go chasing really big, So there's work that needs to be done on trucks. There's gas money that's needed, hotel money that's needed. The last time I did sleep in a hotel, but before that, I slept on the side of the road with Josh a lot. Well, he slept in the car, and I slept on the side of the road, and I got eaten by mosquitoes, and it exhausted us. So making its way, just to have a little look at where this is in relation to Kimberly. It's not too far. I mean, here's a ski hill. You got one mountain in between where the edge of this fire basically is. So if this thing starts to cross the valley, then it's big time trouble for Kimberly. And with new lightning strikes tonight, I am concerned about new fire starts in the southeast. We know that lightning storm is going on right now. Pretty strong storm. So I'm concerned about the further this keeps going every day, this track keeps getting a bit, this line keeps going a little further to the east. Now, will a storm maybe put some rain on it tonight and calm it down for a day or two? It's conceivable. It's hopeful. But it may also have lightning that reaches out. Problem with the thunderstorm is they're very localized, but where the lightning shoots out to isn't, right? So if we'll abandon this for a second. We'll put radar back on just to give you the look at what I'm talking about. And we'll skip Vancouver and we'll go over to our severe storms, which are probably not severe anymore. No, I'm sure that's canceled. Just double checking. Yeah, I don't think that's... No, it's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It is. So this has got strong winds, quarter-size hail, heavy rains, 20 kilometers southwest of Oliver, crossing Highway 3, moving at 30 kilometers an hour. Oliver and Incaneep Park, you are in the line of this. So this is considered severe. Of course, it's far out from the radar, so it may not show up as truthful as it is. But you look at this guy here, this one's probably going to go severe warn next. So right south of Christian Valley, we got a bit of a velocity spike in there, even in that hail core. Oh, it's a different hail core. So that one's 63 dBz, so that's definitely 38.5 meters per second. Do the math on that one. Give me a second here. I wish I didn't have it on meters per second, because when I see a number I'm not used to, meters per second to kilometers an hour, that's 138.6 kilometers an hour, 38.5 meters per second. That's nuts. Okay, so that's actually occurring in this, so that's not just an anomaly. We could have an area in here. That's not out of the question. Could be rotating. Could be a small tornado in there. If you are in Christian Valley and are somewhere south of there, look in the mountains for damage tomorrow and give me a shout. Same as a couple spots here that are suspicious. I'm not saying there's a tornado happening. What I am saying is I expect to see a severe thunderstorm warning go up on this guy. If they're warning this guy in Oliver, my goodness, they gotta be warning this guy over here. He's deep. He's deep. And there's definitely some spooky wind fields going on in their velocity scan. Okay, so what I was going to say about lightning is, we'll take this little guy here above Niagara, for example. Here's this little guy. So this is just the rain core, right? The cloud probably is, cloud's probably, bigger, something like that around it. So you can't see the cloud in the radar. The problem is, the rain core is not where the lightning's necessarily striking. Lightning could be coming down in some of these other places, just for example. So this is what we talk about when we say dry lightning. Generally we don't mean that there's no rain. What we mean is there's not enough of it. Or sometimes the rain is not even reaching the ground before it evaporates back up as virga. What about Castlegar? That's sort of far out of radar range, and often Castlegar does not show up well on radar, but no lightning detected there. But, this guy by Renata is cranking lightning. Holy cow. I know you're not going to be able to see that, but it's cranking lightning in there. There's dozens of bolts going off in this guy right here. Dozens of bolts going off. So, talk about wildfire threat. At least there's a lot of rain and precip in that guy. But, we're seeing lightning basically. The trend in the lightning. These guys are, my draw tool. These guys are producing lightning. This is producing lightning. This is producing lightning. It looks like not as far north as Big White. Definitely this whole line is producing lightning. And then certainly these nugs down here, absolutely on the American side, they're all producing lightning. So we have all together right now at least 200 lightning strikes in the last 20 minutes. At least 200 plus. So if we kind of average out over the last, we've already got a couple thousand lightning strikes since the storm system started. If we look back the last 2+ hours it's been going on. Couple thousand lightning strikes easily. So we got days ahead. Here's the life cycle of the storm. So it's first one, 5 o'clock starting. Yeah, it's getting definitely electric there. So before 6 o'clock, we had the severe storm warning go up. So between 5 o'clock and almost 9 o'clock, we're talking thousands of lightning strikes in the very dry area. It's very desert-like there. Through Osoyoos especially. We've already had a fire on Anarchist Mountain this year. This Renata storm is really special. We'll see what happens to it as it crosses over the water of Arrow Lakes. Will that calm it down or piss it off? Those are things that you gotta gamble on, I guess. Last weekend when Jenny Hagan and I were chasing near Tow Field with Shane Turgeon, and my kids in tow as well, she made a call. She said, when it goes by that lake in Tow Field, it's going to fall apart. Or it's going to split in two. And it split in two. She was exactly right. So we caught in that southern cell. But yeah, that's some spooky looking. There's some rotation in there probably. That looks like a bit of some areas of concern. Broad rotation at that. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. We'll go back to our fire map here now. I got off topic, but I felt like I wanted to just explain why thunderstorms don't always help. You know, like I know that you all know what the term dry lightning means, but there's another factor in there. So are we going to see severe storms come across into the Kootenays tonight? Looks like it's happening right now. Looks like strong thunderstorms are possibly popping over the Arrow Lakes right now. So we're going to have some new fire starts to deal with. And then our activity, there's no going on Highway 3 still. It seems like it's pretty close to the highway, that line. Problem is, its location is it could cross. You know, we get southerly winds pretty easy in BC. We get them pretty easy. So, I mean, it could easily jump over that roadway. And then you have fire on both sides of the highway. You're in trouble. So, yeah, it looks to me like the Ainsley Creek fire and the Brunswick complex here has got the Anderson River fire, Anderson Creek fire. Here's Anderson Creek right here, Anderson River. So Anderson River fire looks to me like it's jumped over its lines and is probably going to join up, if it hasn't already, with the Ainsley Creek fire. So you're going to have fire on every side of Boston Bar, and it's going to be down the valley just holding out. Are they out of the danger zone yet? No. But the more fuel that burns up around them, the less there is to burn towards them. And it sounds like they've had some active fighting to protect the town. Sounds like they actively had to push. They got the fire perimeter line going into the neighborhood here. So they say no structures have been lost, but that tells me this was their line somewhere in here that they fought, and the fire got in on it. Just judging by their own words that BC Wildfire said, right? They said that the fire challenged the line. Well, that's firefighter speak for, like, there was a fucking fight that happened. There's a fight that happened there. It's challenging the line. That's a fight that happened there. So there was active battling to keep this fire out of Boston Bar. And it sounds like structure protection, judging by the wording again from their own press release, that's the firefighters speak that they're using. It sounds like they had spot fires that they had to deal with in the town. So the town still stands because of people's hard work. There's no other way around that. And if you look at where that fire was the other night, when it first cranked off at Anderson River and started making its way north, I would have put money on it that Boston Bar was going to suffer some losses, and it hasn't. So that's how good. I mean, people talk shit about wildfire service, man. Do you know how hard that is to hold that fire from burning down Boston Bar? You want to talk about the failures and want to talk about governments burning things down with space lasers and some whack bullshit? Man, like, you haven't been out there and physically bled like many of us have for our province. And I have very high opinion of a lot of the officers in wildfire service because they all want the same thing. They all want to win. Nobody wants the embarrassment of being the one in charge of when something bad goes down. Nobody wants the embarrassment of being the crew that was there. And I mean, you won't think it's embarrassment, but we as firefighters will. French Creek did toss some more lightning out tonight. So hopefully that lightning hit in the burn scar, in the black. That'd be nice. No guarantee. And our Felker fire has made a pretty good run with the new perimeter that BC Wildfire Service has updated. Has made a pretty good run towards Highway 97. So we have evacuation orders between, more or less the line I'm drawing here and Highway 97. If anybody who lives on the west side of 97, my lights are still flickering here. It's been unnerving me all night. I keep waiting for the power to go out. If you live on the west side of 97, you should probably consider leaving. I know there's going to be people who don't want to, who have kind of an ego about it, like, well, I'm going to fight my property. If you know how to, and you have the tools and the equipment, say you got a bulldozer in your backyard, or some tractors and you got some pumps and hoses and you're like, no, we're going to stay and fight for a property. You know, often you got a pretty good chance to win. Okay, I won't lie about that. But if you're just, you know, making it up as you go, you're not planned ahead of time, you're not prepared, you don't have experience fighting fire, just go. It ain't worth it. Look at how thick this forest is. That's a lot of fuel. It's heavily fueled, very dry, very heavily fueled, and it's probably still quite warm there. Yeah, this one's really just a monster. The Bonanza fire, just a monster. But yeah, as I was saying before, seeing it to the north of Goldbridge, I think a fire in your north flank is exactly where you want to fire. Fire is not going to travel south very often. Your prevailing winds are often from the south or from the west. Occasionally, if you have a low pressure system come in, though, you can have difference. A change of. Well, we'll show you. Well, where's windy? We'll show you. So, like for example, look at this projection for. We'll go Saturday actually, because we know there's going to be a low in BC on Saturday. So let's be very literal here. So Saturday we got a low into BC. It doesn't show up. There it is, nicely. Now low spins counterclockwise. So at the, your wind's going to be going this way in the backside of the low, right? But if you're on the front side of this low, you're going to have winds that are going pushing to the north. And if you're in Prince George, you're probably going to see some winds that are actually coming out of the east. So you see this often on lows. We've had this problem on a few thunderstorm complexes this year in BC where they basically change direction, right? The prevailing weather, it's like the storms are going this way, but then suddenly they're going this way. And it's just kind of how the low worked on them, right? So keep in mind that, yes, generally our fires are going to spread in a way that, look, we've got a lot of thunderstorm activity coming to Williams Lake. Williams Lake's pretty much the target, I think, Saturday, to be honest. Like, more than we are here in Wells at the bottom end of that low. So it's going to get windy. The wind direction may not be the wind direction we necessarily like. That means the fire may burn back on itself a little bit, may push to the north a little bit, but generally fires don't push south. It's very rare to have a fire come move out of the south. It's just not really how it works. But yeah, next week, Tuesday, we're probably looking at lots of thunderstorms in BC interior. Wednesday, that's already buggered off across the prairie. That's going to be an extreme setup. I wish I was there for that. That's tornado potential right there. Look at 3 big supercells. I mean, that's a ways out. Mauling's not going to nail it, but it might look something like that. A couple days off, yeah, some thunderstorms in the north. Friday, big on the Alberta side. So yeah, we kind of come out of that thunderstorm pattern for a little bit next week, but we do have a couple days where it's going to be back on. And maybe less so for Friday. Like tomorrow, I'm not too concerned about thunderstorms in BC. I'm really not. We got a few that'll be going up towards Blue River, a few in the South Caribou. But again, that could make for some challenging winds, right? Let's have a look at wind gusts potential for the next few days. Looks like the other side of the Rockies, holy. Up north, yeah, big time. Could be some strong winds. Could be some strong winds in southern BC. If they gust 50K, oh my God. Does the Canadian model agree with that? Well, it does in the Kamloops area. Even these are elevated winds, 30K. I mean, that's explosive fire growth. If it's, how hot? 26 at Scupa. 26, and if our humidity is at that time 35%, well, it's not crossover, but you add some wind, it's just going to go for runs. So we got easily more fire weather on Friday, easily. But by Saturday, we'll be coming a little bit more out of it. You can see temperatures are coming down. The Caribou, 25 in Williams Lake at 11 in the morning. Are they coming down on Saturday? A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Still 30 in Kamloops and Kelowna, though. So still some potential for active fire weather. Sunday, now you're seeing that come down. Still 27 in Kelowna, but only 12 maybe in the Canyon, they think, on the Euro. Low 20s in the Kootenay. So that's a downturn in weather I've been talking about. 18s through the Caribou, 14 Prince George. Windy, though. Windy conditions. So, I mean, they things may not be so simple as like, well, it's cooling down, but I'd like to think that way. I like to think that these winds won't have as much to play with because of some cooler conditions and rain. And that's part of what's associated with this. Looks like some of the fires will be taking some rain. They think Boston Bar is gonna. Let's go rain accumulation here and just see. So where are we at today? Go to Friday night. Very little rain in these thunderstorms. It's not modeled well if it is. The north's going to start taking some rainfall. So there's that Cedar Vale fire up there that people were asking me about. Let's go to Saturday night now, see where the rain spreads down the coast. Vancouver Island tip. Starting to see it maybe reach the fire at Lillooet Lake, which has absolutely been blowing up. Maybe by then. By Sunday night, that's spread out. Now we have more fires probably taking that rain. Probably Mount Currie taking a bit of rain. Boston Bar may get some showers by then. We have some of these guys in the southern interior, though. No, not really. Looks like our guys by Bat-Noonie looking a little bit better. Uchinico Lakes area looking better. And hopefully Anaheim Lake takes a little bit of rainfall, but there's a South Chilcotin's not getting much there yet. By Monday night, what are we looking at? Not a great deal of difference. So we have like a change in weather that's going to help. Might buy some time and sit things down. We got a lot of areas that aren't going to benefit that much from it. Maybe some thunderstorms hit some areas directly tonight. Help. I guess what I'm trying to say is August is coming. It's going to be a typical August. We're going to be fine up here in this part of the Caribou. Our conditions aren't bad here in Wells at all. It's just starting to, puddles are just starting to dry out. We hit 30, I think, yesterday. Not quite today. Just starting to dry out. Now we're kind of fishing because we're going about a week ahead. Didn't see much change there. High pressure is supposed to take over at some point into early August. We get some drier weather still yet. Along the coast, though, that's healthy. Through the Caribou, that's healthy. Could we see 20 millimeters? That's not much. It's not much. But at least it might help get a wrap on some of these fires, get some guard put down, get some machines in there and access it. Looks like some of these guys in the Coast Mountains are going to be faring a little bit better. 152 mils. Holy cow. So if you're in the Bella Coola area, you might see some significant rainfall. They'll take it. Although my friends at Bella Coola Initial Attack Crew are probably thinking, we want to get work too. But, no, they'll just end up getting sent somewhere instead. But yeah, there's reason to think that it's not doom and gloom completely. They think in the next 2 weeks, everyone's going to take a little. But what we're just trying to avoid is like a prolonged period of this temperature that we've been at. A prolonged period of it. And, 23s on Wednesday next week if this holds true at 5 in the afternoon. I mean, it's still warm in the Okanagan. Southern BC may have a burn season. 32s, getting hotter. Only 26 up to Williams Lake, and a little cooler up there. That's looking closer to fire weather by the end of the month. Doesn't stay long. So it's gonna be some interesting forecasting trying to keep up with this. I've been trying to assuage everyone's fears by saying like, hey, we got a change of weather coming that's gonna help. It might help the fires with some wind. Yeah, actually. It might not be enough rain. It might not be cool enough. Holy, they think there's a big change going on there Wednesday the 5th. That's a long ways out, so we'll see about that. I'm just saying there's no guarantees yet, right? Expect that we're going to be in this battle for a little while, and if we can get a period of cooler, calmer weather for a few days at least to try to help get a wrap on some fires, I think that's great. That's what we need. That's what we need right now. Hey, from Kelowna, robust discussion tonight, everyone. It's bedtime for Real Campbell Man. Nice. What about Clinton? Yeah, Clinton. Let's talk about Clinton. Yeah, so Like I say, my concern is that fire to the west of you. Thank you, Shannon, by the way. Appreciate that. Those small donations, like they put food on my table for me and the kids, you know. And Jesse, who became a real supporter, appreciate that. Lisa, you're like my number one. Couldn't survive without you. Couldn't have kept doing this long. This has been my dream. Make a weather show. So yeah, Clinton. Like we'll go back and look at the fire map again. I know we've already talked about it, but there's enough people here that I might as well talk for a little bit longer. Yeah, like I feel like there's two ways of looking at this one. Is that the 59 Creek fire? I don't think is near as threatening to the town personally as this Pear Lake is right now. Like that's more the direction I expect to see fire generally trend, and it has been trending that way. It looks like these aren't accurate. We don't have a fresh line from BC Wildfire. Maybe this is some pyrocumulus that the sensors picked up from space. You know, it's hitting the cloud. The cloud's hot and making you think that, oh no, look at all these hot spots, but it may not be a hot spot at all. Maybe cloud that's sitting over top of it that it's hitting. Nonetheless, you can really tell it's been moving, because what that tells you, even if that's not clear burning, that tells you that that's been the prevailing wind. That's the way that the systems will be moving. That your overarching, wind, at least at ground level, is going on that northeast sort of basis. So it's definitely threatening to close off areas around Clinton. The other way of looking at this, though, is that there's a lot of properties around this 59 Creek fire. It has been burning to the south more than you would expect. Generally, you like to see a fire to the north of you is a good place for it. And it has been pushing south. It doesn't have a lot of fuel up in the Marble Range proper. So it has been pushing south, and maybe local wind conditions coming off the mountains are helping that, the sinking air. To me, though, that's a ways out and kind of in a better location for the town of Clinton itself. Right? Now, if we look at, let's go to Mesoscale here, .net, Canadian Mesonet. And I'm doing this for a reason, because we can look at our storms right now quickly. These dew points aren't crazy. So how long will these storms survive into there? I don't know. Dew points aren't crazy out there. Okay, well let's go look at Clinton right now. There's Kamloops. Yeah, sometimes it gets hard. There's Cache Creek. Okay, here we are. Somewhere up in here. These weather stations. Big Bar. Dew point at 4. Relative humidity tonight, 26%. So still at Big Bar. Not crossover anymore. Last reported temperature is below that. Still pretty much fire weather, though. Winds have been light. That's nice. How about Begbie Summit? 13-kilometer winds. Humidity's at 28%. Very dry. But not crossover anymore. The temperature's come down. The temperature is lower than the humidity value. Meadow Lake, 22 Celsius. Relative humidity at 34. So you're going to see these fires calm down a little bit for the night. Young Lake, 35% humidity. A little bit better still yet. Wind direction at 149 degrees. Wind speed, 5.8 kilometers. Only 22%. So cooling down. Some of these fires are probably going to sit down a little bit tonight. Not be burning quite as aggressively through the night as we've been seeing on some of the, just looking through the area right now and checking the different weather stations. That's what I'm seeing. That's the Young Lake station. Okay. Now, Big Bar, 24, 25 degrees Celsius. Clinton, 18 Celsius. It's probably underneath a lot of smoke. 54% relative humidity. That's nice. Visibility, not good. So that tells you smoky there. Wind gust at all? No, not. 5.4 kilometer regular steadies. So that tells me that that's going to probably calm down a little bit for the night. That'll be helpful. Here's our thunderstorms right now. I think they'd have put a severe warning on that other one now. And no, they've not. That Renata storm is not severe warned, which baffles me. Baffles me. It's not nearly as deep now, but there's still some hail nugs in there heading towards Deer Park. Renata's getting slammed right now. It seems to have crossed the Arrow Lakes without problem. Hasn't lost its aggression, at least on that one. That thunderstorm is cranking. New cells popping up right by Nelson. That's throwing the lightning strike, it looks like. Castlegar's got one on it now. Cell, that'll probably deepen and become a thunderstorm. This will probably become a thunderstorm. The Grand Forks seems to have a thunderstorm now building on top of it. So as it cools, some more storms are actually popping up in the cooling process, and that's because of dew point. The dew points there aren't crazy, as we just saw, but if you go high enough up, they are. Okay, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now on Renata. Okay, there we go. Renata and Deer Park. 60 kilometers an hour. After seeing storms to the west of there that were moving practically not at all. Looney to ping pong hail. Holy shit. So anybody in the Renata Deer Park area, you were getting slammed, and that looks like some rotation in there. There's definitely been some vorticity in this storm. I'm not telling you there's a tornado in there. That's some rotation, though. There's definitely some rotation in there. Maybe even a little bit at the bottom. Tiny bit. Not a couplet worth. Not major rotation. But yeah, that's now a severe warned storm. And we can give you a good look at where it's going to go. We'll just backtrack a couple frames. Come on. There it goes. You can see its general motion. I think slow can, you're probably going to be getting this one Winlaw for sure. So Robin, Brian, if you're watching, any of my friends in Winlaw, it'd be cool if my friends watch my show. I don't think most of them do. It's coming at you. It's coming over the mountain right towards Winlaw, moving at 60 kilometers an hour. It'll be there 20 minutes. So look out, Winlaw. Look out, Slow Can. You got a severe thunderstorm coming right at you. New Denver. Some of this stuff in the top is becoming less organized. More of just a rain out. But looks like a lot of lightning in Beaverdale still. Oh, Soyuz getting lit right up. But that's one of the nastier looking storms we've seen in BC. And there's some areas here, again, where, there could be some rotation going on in there, whether it's capable of producing a tornado or not. I was just tornado chasing, and I'm looking for that kind of thing on the prairie all the time. Looks like we're over 100, 200, 300 plus lightning strikes now in that corridor in the last 20 minutes. So the rate of lightning is actually going up. First of all, the rate of lightning is going up. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lightning strikes south of Nelson on the 6th there between Weimar and Nelson in the mountains. Castlegar is taking lightning right now. Udashinia just to the west of it. There's only 3 so far, but one seems to be right over the town of Castlegar itself. It probably had a pretty good boomer in there. Our severe storm that's crossed over, this guy here is just cranking lightning. Like you probably can't see this, but it's cranking lightning. Dozens and dozens of strikes. That's a very, very exciting electric show. And most of this stuff in here is not producing a lot. When you get to Greenwood and go north, so we'll just go to Bridesville, Rock Creek, Greenwood. Go north of Greenwood. There's not much in this whole gap. Go to Osoyoos, though. And we can basically draw a line. Oops. Basically draw a line like so. in which a lot of lightning activity, and these guys are popping up in front. These ones probably will get severe. If they're in front of this guy, they're going to steal the energy from this guy. These guys will probably start stealing this guy's energy. So yeah, this one's a severe storm at the moment. It'll probably fall apart, and you're going to see these guys pop up and get angry. So heads up, Kootenays. You're under severe watch, not a warning, but I expect to see these guys intensify quickly. I think they're going to steal the show. They're going to steal the show. They're going to steal a lot of energy from Renata there. But nonetheless, Renata storm's coming at Windlaw and Slocan. Take it seriously because there'll be a lot of lightning. Watch for strikes. Call star 555 if you see any fresh fires. It may be 3 or 4 or 5 days before a fire takes. That's what people don't realize. They expect to see a lightning strike start a fire, and then the mountain catches on fire and goes. It doesn't usually work like that. Usually, like tree gets hit, candles up, takes a bit of rain, calms down. Some chunks have fallen now to the ground and are just smoldering around the ground for days, skunking around till they can get into something spicy and get lit up and going. So I'm telling you, if you're not paying a close attention for the days and days and days after a lightning storm, and that's why someone said to me today, Sue Voth, she said that our fire that she thinks it's no longer showing up on radar. That's great news. She thinks our fire that's in this area here near Felker Lake and Chimney Lake was a lightning start. She thinks that lightning from last week caused that. Looks like our Clinton fire is still putting up enough smoke that it's showing up on radar. So it's standing tall. And that's covering Clinton right now. That's what's reducing the temperature in Clinton is the visibility, unfortunately. So Clinton's in a dangerous position. And, we get a little bit of a reprieve overall from this heat wave, but we're not in the clear for BC yet. And we have, lots of more lightning in the days ahead. Maybe a little less tomorrow, but this will be north towards the North Thompson and whatnot tomorrow and South Caribou. And then we're going to have quite a bit of lightning in the Caribou on Saturday, but that should be more precipitation with it, at least. I'll go have a look at Brandon Houks. It's already gone this far. This is what was Brandon was out chasing this one or looking at it earlier. And look at that, man. Just passed over Dunmore. Look at the nasty amount of hail in this guy. He's just lit right up with hail. That's a very aggressive little storm. I'm getting tired. Been a long broadcast. I'd never usually go to 9 o'clock, but people were watching, and it's like a key time for BC, so I feel like there's a lot to say and try to get through. See if there's any more questions, though. Still 40 people watching. Unbelievable. Welcome to the channel. Really appreciate it there. What do we got for comments here? I've always worried about wildfires in this province. Some towns aren't set up to survive nearby forest fires. That's true. Some communities feel oblivious. Like, I think Wells thought that we were oblivious. And we found out. Checks notes. If no one wants to be Joey's friend, do not watch his show. Yeah, it's true. The cut block question, I don't know. There's a lot of comments. I don't know if I could find that easily in here right now. What's the cut block question? You have to tell me there, Shannon. The cut block question. Well, wait to see on that one. Well, appreciate everyone coming by. Appreciate it. Please subscribe, and then follow me on the Facebook too. Like I say, this is like all I've been doing this year. I've not been fighting fire this year. I've been trying to build my own little realm. I'm 47. I don't have many seasons left at being the athletic self I used to be. I mean, I still am. I haven't lost my legs at all. How do cut blocks affect fire behavior? Yeah, I mean, like any question, there can be many answers to that. Do cut blocks guarantee that the fire stops? No, not at all. I've seen a lot of cut blocks be where the fire starts. There's often junk and shit in the cut blocks. I know waste wood piles have been where we lost a big battle once at Cutoff Creek, where they left piles of waste wood that didn't get burned, and then it got burned. Actually, it got burned badly, and what happened was the fire was crawling through the cut blocks, and it got into these big piles of waste timber, and then it fucking went. And we had multiple hoses on every angle in this big pile of wood trying to calm this thing down, and it would not calm down for anything. And it was driving the heat in the whole area, which is making all the other fire very active. And then finally it got into tall timber, and once it crossed the cut block and got in the tall timber, we all had to pull out because we're not going to die. It's just trees. They'll grow back. Maybe not in my lifetime. There were tall timbers, though, like big spruce. And when they went up, it was, high on my list of things I've seen. This was the first time I seen fire really put up like a 200-foot tall flame. High on my list of like wow moments in my life. I've seen fires do that a few times that I've been on since, and I've been near fires that were completely running and out of control crazy. But that was a case where when I got through the cut block and got in the trees. So, I mean, the cut block can offer us a chance to sometimes make a stand, because often it's going to skunk through the cut block. It doesn't have that high intensity, crown fire going on. The cut blocks, though, also increase convection. The sun warms them up. There's a loss of evapotranspiration. So they're not getting water shared around. Like the forestry damage we've done has been detrimental to our ability to fight fire. To give you an example, it's really hard to burn an old growth forest down because the first branches are 20 feet up there. So then you get these juvenile stands that kind of rip pretty hot, and the regen isn't, the regen, sometimes fire just dies in the regen, but sometimes the regen gets hot enough and the fire gets hot enough, it'll run through that regen, and it's really difficult in that really close space. I've had a time where I was in regen that was burning, and I did not like it because it felt like being in a cornfield. Basically, everything's just very close. You can't see anywhere out. You can't, you're just guessing what's going on out there. And I didn't like that at all. Can cut blocks be helpful to stopping the fire? Yeah. A lot of cut blocks are where the fires start too. I mean, it's just not, there's no easy answer when it comes to fuel management if you're in fire weather like this. If you're in 30 plus degrees and you're at that relative humidity below 30% and you got 30-kilometer-an-hour winds, and it's been dry for a bunch of days, and your fuels are dry, your fine fuels are dry, your drought code's high, your buildup index is high, it's going to run across a cut block. It happens all the time. So, this talk that like more logging will mean less fire, it's not proven because we've logged BC to hell. Fly over it and look down. And it still hasn't stopped fires from doing what they do in BC. Now, you look at a cut block and how sparse the fuels are. I mean, you can go down to California where you get it's Chaparral. It's different fuel type, and Chaparral really rips when it burns, and our cut blocks don't tend to do that. Nonetheless, like, there's great wide sections of the United States that have problem fires all the time where they don't have tall timber. So, does it block the fire? Or does it speed it up as the question? I mean, it really depends on your circumstance, because once it's we got a crown fire and it's moving through the crowns, fire can move very fast. So, your green timber, when it dries out, can really be a source of running. So, I mean, I just don't think there's an easy answer to that. I mean, obviously the cut blocks reduce the heat, and they're easier to fight in, and there's roads to them, so we can make a stand at them. But, cut blocks don't guarantee that a fire stops. And I think, like, that's what I was trying to say to the mayor here in Wells when they were going over their fire plan a couple years ago. Like, well, we're just going to log this area off, and then we'll create a fire break here. And I was like, your fire breaks don't mean anything. Fire doesn't care about your fire breaks unless it's, like, completely fuel-free. But what good fire breaks can do, like I say, is if you have roads up to them and you can use them as kind of pivot points and, set up a defense, then, you problem is a lot of cut blocks, they remove the roads. How many fires have I been to where we're like, there's the fire, and then we get to like a deactivation, and we're like, well, now we've been creative a few times. I've at one time for deactivation, I got the guys from my crew. I was just like, go find all the logs you can, and we filled that deac hole up with logs, and then we drove over the logs and actually got into our zone. Another time, West Caribou, they deactivated the road, and there's like a little creek, so we like literally just built like a bridging system over the creek so that we could get over it. And we like laid all these logs down. Then we finally had a bulldozer come and put some earth on top of it, and then we drove over it. But I mean, that's we had to sacrifice like 3 hours or 4 hours of our day just to get into the fire when we were there already. So that was problematic. So if we had these cut blocks, well, it'd be nice if we could access them. That would make it easier to actually work the fire. Now, if your initial attack crew, you're probably just going to fly in a chopper, have that available to you. But we didn't at that time. We didn't have the ability to bump crews in. So, yeah, mixed opinions on these questions. Clearly, big timber that's close together and has low-hanging branches and can get the fire up in the trees, up in the canopy. That's your number one problem. As we saw, like those are crown fires around Boston Bar. That's crown fire going on today in Williams Lake. Those are fires that are hitting the trees and just absolutely having nothing to stop them. Nothing to stop them. So, yeah, no simple answer there. No simple answer there. But yeah, I mean, I think your best bet in mitigation is, if we treat the forest more and more like a garden, we'd have better luck. So our storm's just about on Windlaw now. Look out, Windlaw, you're about to get it. So lots of lightning coming over the Valhallas right now. The edge of it's 5-6K away. And closing fast. Last scan was already like 5 minutes ago. So it's probably already almost on top Windlaw. And it looks like Castlegar is getting its act together more. That Nelson cell getting further out of range, so we don't have a good idea how deep these guys actually are. That's about the limit of good radar, is basically Slocan Valley. After that, things get more and more distant and harder to run. I mean, again, look where the radar is, and you look where Nelson is. Your beam is now 2,700 meters higher, 164, because there's a tilt on your beam. So at 164 kilometers, that tilt means the beam that would be at ground level here is 2,700 meters, 2.7 kilometers high there. So just give you like an idea that it's hard to get a good read on a storm when it's shooting up here. We're not really seeing the precipitation core all that well, so we can't. BC's got. I'd love to see another radar system set up in southern BC. I'd love to see another one set up in northern BC as well. 2 actually would be great. Somewhere around McConnell Creek or Ware or Bear Landing, and one in Fort Liard or somewhere on the Northwest Territory side. That could, we've had so much lightning activity. I mean, look how hot it is right now, 27 in Nahanni Butte. Like, man, the Northwest Territories have been just crazy. It's warm. It's 18 up there. It's warmer right now in what? It's 18 there. Yellowknife, warmer here than here. What was I just seeing? It was a 14.8 in Wells. It's warmer in Yellowknife right now than it is in Wells. Hay River's about the same temperature. Got 19. It's been very warm up there, and they've been having a lot of thunderstorm activity. It's been cranking for a long time. Another area that's underserviced, northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba. So they're like, the Carney government's defunding Environment Canada more and more. Like, they shut down radar research program. I mean, my opinions on the Carney government are going to be really different than most other people who are like, Carney the communist. No, it's not like that. It's actually Carney the conservative. And he's doing what Stephen Harper might have done and did do, which is defund Environment Canada. You know, when we need more radar stations, we need more money, more research programs. We need more. We need look at the era we're in. We're in the era of climate catastrophe, bad thunderstorms, bad fires, and the fact that we're getting less resources for Environment Canada now. I mean, I've been very frustrated with some of Environment Canada's calls this last little while, but again, they probably have like 2 guys for an entire region in the shop that day, or something like that on the, you know, at the board. Like they just don't have the resources, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the human power. And we need more radars, we need more data, we need more information, we need more weather balloons, more weather stations. We need to double down on understanding, look at this guy is falling apart just in time to reach wind law. He's not near as deep. But I think that means these guys down south are gonna be the next show. And they're gonna, well, I wonder if we can see on KOTX. Yeah, that's still the edge of them. That's the furthest south storm there. But I think we're going to see as more of these guys develop into this pocket, and they'll be the ones that go to Cranbrook tonight and make the show there. And we're going to see a lot of these guys start to peter off. They're going to steal the energy. They're going to steal the show. So be aware. But hey, that's good news for New Denver Hills and front and the cusp. You're going to take some rain. Cherryville's got a little nasty little nug that just come out of nowhere, though. Holy. Look at that little guy. Just out in his own. Nastiness. My phone's been just buzzing. I have no idea what's going on out there, how many messages I've been getting. Lots. Lots from Michelle Ober. Lillooet tonight. Thanks for sending me those images, Michelle. I'm so busy broadcasting right now that I'm behind. People are like, did you get this message? I'm like, I can't keep up. I can't keep up. Yeah, I got firefighters, emergency vehicles in Clinton. They're set up for the battle there. Yeah, if they could save Boston Bar, then you know anything's possible. Anything's possible. So like you're looking, yeah, lots of messages. I'm sorry I can't keep up with everyone's messages. I'm just one guy trying to do everything. That's like the story of my life. Sue Voss sending me more pictures from been broadcasting all night. Sorry, I've not been able to keep up. Anyways, I guess that's 3 hours I've been on here. And probably in the morning we'll make a new forecast and look at the day. Make a tighter show for you. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you become a channel member if you want to. I mean, for $2 a month or something like that. Keep Joey alone. Keep lonely Joey only alive here. Keep me fed and going on the channel here. Takes a lot of work. Takes a lot of work for me to keep up with this all the time. Takes a lot of work to get all my information. Takes a lot of work to get all the maps made, to collect videos, clips. I'm at this like all the time. Most of you work 8-hour days. I don't. I work from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night. You know, that's how my day usually goes. I stop and eat a little bit. I do this, I do that. You know, so yeah, some media people need to get me to the next level. I would like that. I mean, I don't know what the next level means. I don't care about fame or popularity that much. I just like to have the ability to do what I'm doing and keep doing it, which I'm nearly at, and I've had moments of being at this year. I'm like, I'm getting through there, getting through it all. I do want to take, you know what I'll do is I'm going to play something for you here, seeing as there's still 36 people here. We'll play something for you. And, I mean, this aired on the channel today, but I'm going to play it for you now anyways, because this was just the coolest thunderstorm we've been underneath, and we found out that we were actually looking at a tornado. So that was cool. In fact, before I show you that, we'll look at, I'll show you right here. If you can see this, additional tornadoes. So first, the Dundurn tornado. This was one that I reported in Saskatchewan on July 10th. And La Rosse. This is the one right here. La Rosse. So I looked at this last night and I was like, oh yeah, La Rosse. And I was like, wait a second, there's two La Rosse ones? I knew about this one. 8:45. So we were looking at this. We're looking at this storm. We were looking at this tornado. And we couldn't quite tell that we were looking at a tornado or not. Like we were like, I think well, that's definitely a funnel. Is it on the ground? I don't know. I don't know if it's on the ground or not. It's hard to tell from a distance. So we actually ended up getting our fourth tornado, although it wasn't as visible as the other three, which we were clearly seeing. This will be my favorite thunderstorm maybe for the rest of my life that we were underneath. I'm going to play you this video here while I go to the bathroom and play this video. It's called The Craziest Mothership Supercell Storm I've Ever Seen. And I've seen a lot of thunderstorms in my life. Oh, it exceeds the resolution. I can't play it. Well, I can play it through another means here. You want to be like that? Okay. I'll play it through another means for you. So, I mean, you can go to my channel and watch this yourself, but I'm going to play it for you anyways while I take a quick... It may be the end of the show, but it's definitely a break time for me. Oh, I don't think I turned on my audio. I didn't. Share sound. There we go. Enjoy this. This was nuts. There it is. This is bad news. My God. Falling out right now. Anything could happen. Get on! Wow. I'll watch the video later. They try them up in this. Holy. Look, it's getting pissed off. That's two good downstrokes just like that. We are now just north of Fort Qu'Appelle in Saskatchewan. It's trying to produce a tornado. Got a pretty distinct wall cloud. It's a southern storm on the line. And that's why it's stealing all the energy from everyone else and growing stronger by the minute. And we're here to get it. Everyone else is probably still up north looking after that one. And we said, fuck it, let's go south and catch this guy. And it's trying to produce, that's a clear funnel. Clearly. Let's go, come on, do it. I can't get a good shot from here, so I'm just gonna let it come to me and hopefully it does something in the meantime. We got, well, the master photographer's got a much better long line lens than I do. Come to me, baby. Oh my, oh my. This is the mothership. It's getting sketchy though. That is some structure, man. I better check radar scope and see if we got some rotation. I think that area funnel seems to have buggered off, but I think it's over here. That's it. That's fucking enough. Man, that one hurt my ears. Yeah, that was loud. That's 3 ear ringers this week. I think I'd learn to start taking cover more. Well, rotation's still present in there, and it's in this Cirque du Soleil in here. Right. Man, it's epic lightning right now.
It's just an epic freaking storm.
This is good. This is real good. Man, that shelf is just unbelievable.
it's just... And you just keep getting these. It's crazy.
Sometimes you just can't fail, eh?
Yeah.
Man, that is beauty. Okay, now that back quadrant, do something. Spin it up. I got all funnily once already. Why not again? We may have to bug down the road just a little. Just for quality of picture, I guess. We are gonna get hammered by... Look at this weird thing. What is going on there?
I think that's the inflower, too.
Yeah.
It's just a different style.
That's, yeah, I think you're right. First I was like, what am I looking at? Oh, look at the shape of it. Yeah, if we can just get it on that edge a little bit. Have the angle on that crazy shelf. It is getting lower in behind now and flat again. It may make a run at a tornado. I don't know, but even if not, what a show. It did put a couple funnels down. The edge is right there, man. It's so close. It's so close. You can still reach out and touch it. We got an area in here.
Trying again.
The sun's like right on it. A little further maybe. So we can get this sort of almost, yeah, maybe 3 or 4K. It could happen. It could happen. That's a big, it's rotating. The whole thing's friggin' rotating, man. That could drop a tornado right in the middle, right there. It's not out of the question. And if not, the area in behind, but.
See a funnel poking down in that last picture. Josh wanted a photo of that barn. I didn't like our position. We had 7 striations on the top of that.
Hey Josh, we gotta go! Tornado! We gotta go!
It's gonna roll right over us. 7 striations on the top of that.
I can't see shit here. I want to get out of here. Tornado warning's going off. We got to get in front of this thing. We got to get out of here right now. 5K up the road. Oh boy. Oh boy, this one's nuts. There goes my hat. Look at the colors. Tornado warning storm here. Anything might come out of this right now. Crazy colors. Anything could happen. Man, there's a high chance a tornado comes out of this. Or at least not an impossible one. This bowl right over us is sketchy, but now at least we know where it is. Woo! Big time crazy. Big time crazy. We're about to get slammed. Here comes the rear flank downdraft. You can see right up into her, clear slot. Rotating strong, tornado warning storm. 10th of July, north of Fort Qu'Appelle. And it is sketchy, right above us. It's rotating like the mother ship. Oh boy, man, that's the craziest motion I've seen today. And we've already seen a tornado today, so that's saying something. This is a really, really intense supercell. We made the right call going south. Sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. Sketchy.
above us. If it starts coming down, we gotta run. That's some of the most violent motion I've ever seen. Wow. It is trying like crazy. The whole thing is rotating. I don't know if you can see it. There's a big ball right here. It is wrapping back in on itself. This guy is trying. This guy is absolutely trying. Unbelievable. Rotating supercell. July 9th, just north of Fort Duapel.
July 10th, Joey.
Could become our 4th tornado of the week. And we would like that very, 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 very much. The motion is nuts. But if it's coming anywhere, it's right around here. There's a big ball lower and down. She's circling like crazy. I know, that's what I'm thinking too. It's trying right there, I think. It's been trying everywhere today. When's it gonna do it for sure? Man, you just can't do it justice with photos. Wow! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You can do it. We chased you for so many hours, Storms. Holy. I better start looking for road options. Patient bird gets a worm. Man, it did blow over pretty fast compared to everything else today. That motion's nuts. If this thing can't produce a tornado, I mean, nothing can.
It produced 2, as a matter of fact. And we actually did see it.
This is the best thing we've seen all day.
The photo I posted at the beginning of the video was a tornado.
That was one of the craziest storm structures. It was right over us, man.
We thought maybe at the time.
Just spinning like nuts.
But you can't count it if you don't know for sure.
You can still see it trying to do it.
Other witnesses had the damage.
We'll get it.
Northern Tornado Project confirmed it yesterday.
We'll get it.
Had our 4th tornado at the top
it's
of the
right
storm.
over us.
That ball.
This is really, really
Look at
nuts.
that.
We just got to get past this edge.
It was the craziest thing.
Anything can happen right about now. Crazy colors. Tornado warnings. On a big ball right over our heads. That's freaking me the fuck out. We're gonna get past it. It's very low, very intense. Here we go. Just about there now. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah. It'll blow right over us before it does anything. Holy cow!
Man. It was so nuts. It was so nuts. Yeah. When's the temp going to drop? We get rain, Nicola, Douglas Lake. You're going to get some rain tomorrow, but you're going to get some lightning in North Thompson. Nicola, Thompson, Douglas Lake. I don't know about there, actually. Sorry, I misread it first. Southern BC is not going to get a lot. You're going to cool down a little bit. The humidity is going to go up. We'll let me pull up a map here and we'll go over that quickly. I got to get on with my night here in a minute, but we'll look at. I'll set us up here to Saturday. And we'll use the Trusted Windy because you all have it on your phones and you can look at this yourself later. See what I'm looking at, although you don't have the pro version. So as you can see on Saturday, cold front's made it through and has half of southern BC cooled off, as it does. So you can see here's the low here. Sort of cold front somewhere in here. if we look at humidity at this time, we still have some dry areas, sure, but in our Wildfire area, they're talking 73% humidity. Up here in the Caribou, there's going to be a good thunderstorm going on here at this time. 90% humidity. Watch. Boom. Good thunderstorm. So maybe a bit of rain. You can see a line of thunderstorms. This is kind of new, actually. This is a new refresh in the model showing another line of thunderstorms on Saturday through the southern part of BC. That wasn't so much there on the last run of the model. I'm not surprised at all. So we're probably going to see more thunderstorm activity than you probably want. You know, for Douglas Lake, though, you're kind of in the between zone here, where your temperature's coming down a little bit, and your humidity's coming down a little bit. Not great. Not great. It's when you get close to the coast that it gets better. If we go to Sunday, bump ahead. Some of our problem fire areas are in much better conditions. All that main dry air is now kind of tailing out. You know, some drier pockets up in the Caribou and whatnot, but for the most part, we've seen an end for a short while, and then it starts to come back. It starts to come back a little bit. But all in all, this is a downturn for BC. All in all, especially if our problem fire areas are in decreased humidity. They're taking more rain for a few days. This will help things a lot. Unfortunately, the areas that are taking the least amount of rain are the same areas that are taking all the thunderstorms right now. Right? So all our thunderstorm activity has gone through. Soyuz basically now is making its way to Nelson, into the Kootenays. Kootenay Lake taking some lightning now. Southern eastern BC is going to stay drier. It's not where the fire problem currently is, but with all these new lightning strikes, some fires are going to start popping up there when we get hotter next week. When we get hotter next week, you know what's going to happen. If we look at Canadian model and we go through tomorrow afternoon, you see it's like they think still pretty hot. 30 degrees in Boston Bar. So Friday's a burn day still. Straight up. It's a transition day. So we see like the next round of weather is still, see what has been going on is this low here has been churning off, and it's been putting monsoonal moisture. I believe it's like part of a tropical storm that's remnants that came up from like Mexico or somewhere. I kind of missed that story while I was out storm chasing. It's putting this new low into Washington State. That's going to transition itself up into the BC interior. Boom. There you see. So when we get that low in the BC interior on Saturday, it's going to jump over to the Alberta side, and we're going to have all this cooler down weather tail through much of the province. Of course, there's coming with a lot of lightning in it. So it's not solving our problem in the long run, but it's buying us some time. It'll put the downturn in weather, even if not every area gets it equally, the downturn in weather in general is going to help things. We have a couple fires that are not going to benefit much from it. If we're still talking 31 in Cranbrook on Saturday, and you're talking 20% humidity, these fires are going to rip. Any new fires that start from tonight's lightning storm are going to take, most likely, and have nothing to resist them. If we have any fires in the Kamloops area that pop up, we do have a downturn on Sunday, short-lived. But that southeastern side of BC isn't getting much benefit. So, if the model's correct and that dry line starts somewhere just around Kelowna and the Okanagan, then Douglas Lake Ranch and areas, you're going to see some benefit in humidity. You're going to see some benefit in cooler temperatures. Look at the spread, though. You got a 10-degree spread, 12 degrees between Aspen, 11 between Merritt and Kelowna. So you got a big spread of temperatures going on and a big change in humidity values. So, that southeast corner, they're not going to benefit from this weather change. And look at Washington and everyone else, like they're not getting any of this. So I was watching Matthew Fobb's Washington weather channel, good channel. And he's also got a Washington weather group that he runs. I highly recommend if you are on the U.S. side of the border. And he was talking about this basically, that BC is going to get a downturn in fire weather, but Washington State's not going to. Neither will, Montana or Idaho or these other places. However, you can include in that southern BC. Although 22 for Nelson at 4 in the afternoon is not bad. It's not crossover weather. Cranbrook, you're straddling the line. I mean, that's pretty active fire weather. And if you have any kind of wind gusts going through at that time, if 40s happen, or if you have steadies of 10, 15, probably going to see fires in southeastern BC take some runs while the rest of us get some time to recuperate. Don't pay attention to these dots. We'd have an evacuation order on that side of the highway if there's hot spots there. So that's probably from the pyrocumulus that was reading. But yeah, that fire took a big run today. And it's a lot closer to 97 than maybe we want it to be. And with 2 days of fire weather still possible, or at least a full day of fire weather ahead, Williams Lake being 30 on Friday afternoon, and that humidity value being low, and the winds picking up, probably going to see that fire push tomorrow. Probably going to see some of these fires push. We got one more definite active day of burning. Look at some of these wind gusts up towards Tumbler. Woo, 77s. Some strong winds there in the foothills and the other side of the Rockies. So, yeah, I mean, I've been trying to be positive to assuage everyone's minds because it's like I don't want to be the guy selling fear. But I got to level with you, too. We've still got all of August to go. We still have a lot of new lightning strikes tonight that are going to take it in the part of BC that isn't going to benefit much from the weather that's moving through. Essentially, that's, affecting the north. This low is somehow going through and maintaining itself in a dry state. So you got a dry low. It rushes over to Winnipeg pretty fast. I mean, look at the thunderstorms that's going to kick off. So anywhere on the north side of that low where there's more moisture to work with. I mean, I wish I was chasing this next weekend. Wish I could afford to be back there. And have your company sponsor me. Free 6.7 million views on Facebook this month. Get me out there chasing again. I'll help your company somehow. But yeah, we have multiple days of thunderstorms. I think Friday is like our low day, but we do have this kind of line that I expect to see. Hopefully it drops more rain than it does wind. When it does, Windy's not always the best modeling system, but it's really handy and very visual and very helpful to people who don't know much about weather maps. It looks like about 6 p.m. tomorrow night. This guy south of Little Fort, that's some good. 4 strikes per square kilometer. That's an active thunderstorm. Very active thunderstorm. Then it tails out into the nighttime. Maybe some overnight flashing in some of these locations. I'm going to turn off the fire marker. Saturday, we get an active day in the Caribou, and this will push winds. That will change the location. You can even see the winds are pushing north there. It will change the fire's location a little bit. Through the day on Saturday, we're going to get a couple strong thunderstorms in BC. Nothing like what Edmonton's going to see probably in that general area. But we do have some strong thunderstorm activity that's going to be going on. In fact, I expect when the models update, we'll see, just based on the fact that it's still so hot down south and still cold up north, we're probably going to see a stronger line of storms through here than what the models indicate. And Sunday again, Quesnel area, looks like we're going to get another, moderate thunderstorm, nothing too big. Take a day off on Monday, send that shit off to the prairies, off it goes. And then Tuesday, we're going to have another pretty electric day, it looks like. Man, some of these ones, the prairies are so fun. I can't wait to get back. So, we got a ways to go. We're going to have more fire starts, and we're going to have more dry weather into August. We're not out of this yet, but if we can get a few days of a lot of our fires taking a bit of a beating, We got to take that. It's good. That's good news. It's good news. But as you can see, we're going to be hovering around fire weather next week again. We're going to be back into it later in the week for sure. It'll come back. It'll come back. Hey, Ryan. Ryan Galt there. There's a rotating supercell just north of Nelson Arm. Yeah. Or Nelson at the minute. Yeah. Let's go back and look at that one more time. That's Josh Palmer there. He's my chase partner you saw in that video. And excellent photographer, excellent storm chaser. We did see some rotation earlier in this for sure. Looks pretty messy now. Looks pretty messy, but Windlaw's been overrun. Kaz, though, you're next. You're next. It's going to cross. I don't think that's severe anymore. Personally, just looking at those colors. It's not deep. On the verge of, but 55 dBz is the radar return at which you're probably going to start seeing hail. So anything over 55. If you're getting to 65, you're talking pretty big hail. If you're getting 70 dBz, you're talking golf balls and bigger. If you're well over 70, maybe you're even heading into baseballs territory, not softballs, but baseballs. So this severe thunderstorm warning is still going on. Wind loss slow can. Renata moving 50 kilometers an hour now. So they still have it maintained as severe. A little bit of rotation by Windlaw maybe right there. A little green splotch. Messy. Messy. But I think when this thing was back by Renata, boom in here, it was a pretty pissed off thunderstorm at that time. Definitely very pissed off at that time. And then it's I think that these southern guys are going to take up, well, kind of like what we did on that in that video. Josh and I were on that tornado warned storm for 3 hours, and then when we saw the new cell pop up, we both kind of thought, well, we're out of the chase on this one. We got beaten back by hail, and then trying to get back in on that storm would have road access wise, and then having to deal with hail, we just kind of thought, let's abandon it and check out the new storm. So I think what's going on here is that you're going to see these new storms down here picking up steam. That seems to be, when you look at the radar, I mean, that's getting further and further out, so we don't get a good radar scan. But just the organization of it looks to me like we're seeing this kind of dying off and this new line popping up. And this new line is going to be what more or less is going to hit into the Kimberley-Cranbrook area overnight. So yeah, some good severe storm action all the same. They just put a severe warning on this next guy. There you go. Quarter size hail. They're not saying where it is, but obviously it could be this Weimer guy. It could be the complex of all them together. It's almost meso-convective system. Yeah, it's almost MCS size. When multiple thunderstorms start joining together into one big area of thunderstorm. It's getting to that. Would like to. So it should be an interesting night. We've already had a lot of lightning in that area. A lot of lightning in that area tonight. This is the longest I've ever broadcast for, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Christian Valley just outside of it, taking a lot up north of Gladstone Park. Paulson taking some lightning still at this time. Fruitvale Trail getting a boatload of lightning in there. And then, the north of Nelson, it's just dumping bolts. So Windlaw must have had quite an electric show. And that's coming for Ainsworth, Crawford, Caslow, Balfour. You're all next in line. There's already been a couple lightning shots in Crawford from a pop-up in front of it. This guy here probably, yeah. All together right now, we're looking at 400 lightning bolts in the whole complex in the last 20 minutes. So that's, an hour and a half ago, we were talking 200 bolts. Then we're talking 300 bolts in a 20-minute period. Now we're talking 400. And this area is not going to get a lot of rain apart from this. I mean, whatever this delivering right now. And the lightning's probably shooting out all over the place outside the thunderstorm cores. in areas that aren't taking rain or very little, right? So although we're having a downturn in our fire weather in a lot of BC, I mean, this whole quadrant isn't going to see much improvement. The temperatures are going to be high through the weekend. It's going to stay pretty dry through there. Going to get windy at times, and we may have another line of thunderstorms coming through on Saturday. So I'm looking at this area as being like kind of the next area of problem that we're going to see. Probably a lot of our fire stories in the coming days are going to be popping up in this area as we see kind of a decline in fire activity in some of these other fires. But I mean, yeah, like our fire in Williams Lake, for example, it may get challenged by, it may still be warm enough through a lot of Saturday. We may have a day and a half of burning. We have winds that shift. Seeing a lot of smoke on that fire near Clinton still at this hour. That's late. That's late. Look at our coefficient if it shows up. So there's some big chunks of stuff in here the radar's picking up. Not so it measures the uniformity of things. The coefficient does. Correlation coefficient, like, so the correlation is, you know, how much alike are things. So you can see when things are a different size, basically the radar is picking up things a different size that are moving. There's your differential reflectivity. You know, and what Brandon was trying to explain was, and you can see there's several fires here that are showing up. Brandon was trying to explain is when we're looking at tornadoes, often we'll use those scans to tell if things are being lofted in the air. So it's one way to tell if there's a tornado on the ground is there chunks of shit 8,000 feet up in the air that shouldn't be there. We can find that in the correlation coefficient because the rain's all the same size, hail's more or less the same size. So that will show up in the coefficient. And then if you got, like, you know, boards and chunks of roofs and things, too bad there's not a tornado warning right now with which to, you know, use to show you what I'm talking about. That's too far north. That got so severe thunderstorms up there. Nelson House, way up there. Severe thunderstorms going on right now. La Ronge, don't have good radar contact up there. So these are areas I wish we had more radars in. Cypress Hills, right there by Maple Creek. Severe thunderstorms have been going on there. The same one. And then the Arrow Lakes. That's our severe activity in Canada right now. No severe storms in the entire United States right now. Everything's in Canada. That's typical of this time of year. Their temperatures, they don't have the instability anymore because the cold weather that triggers it. They always say cold air from Canada. Well, we're a lot closer to competing different, you know, we got the heat down south, but we also have, you know, topographically and you know, geospatially speaking, Canada has access to cooler weather still in the north in the summertime, and that's often what these lows tap into. That's exciting electric storm going on. Lots, 400 strikes in the last 20 minutes. And I just realized that I'm not even sharing the radar with you. I've been talking to myself. Holy cow, that means it's time to stop. I'm losing my skills. I just went through all this stuff. I just showed you all this stuff that I didn't show you. I just explained it. I think that means it's time. I think that means I've put enough time tonight. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed, and keep coming on back. Every Thursday night we do the live stream here with the Storm Chasers. Every Thursday night we come on here, Comedy Meteorology Report, make our radio show. And then every day I try to get a forecast up, and I got every day at noon new storm chasing videos going up. And unfortunately, I'm getting to that point where I'm making errors now, making little dumb errors that aren't helping. What do you think, Josh? I just put on one more storm video from our trip. What do you think? Should I put on Paradise Tornado or I'll put on both tornadoes for you. I want you to watch the channel itself. No one's watching. This is why no one's watching my storms and craziness videos, and it makes me sad. Back to the Prairie Tornado Chase 2026. If you go to my playlists, it's an option. Go to my homepage. Then you click on playlists, and you will find our whole trip to the prairies. Our whole trip to the prairies. So what I'll do is I'll put on one more for you here. I'll put on we'll put on the two, the Paradise tornado and the Dillberry tornado. We went and did the damage assessments for the Dillberry tornado and the Paradise tornado the next day. It was heartbreaking stuff, and those videos are on here as well. We sent them to Northern Tornadoes Project. It was the easiest way to send them the imagery was just to make a video. So we sent them that. So we had 2 tornadoes in a row and about 20 minutes or so in between, basically. And here's our chase, and that's what I'm going to leave you with tonight. Maybe I'll say goodbye after, but I'm going to start putting kids to beds at the same time. This is chasing the Paradise Valley tornado, and I'm going to play it off the YouTube itself. Yeah. Down in the shitty valley where we can't see. We got a wall cloud forming up over here, though. This thing may try to produce a tornado in the next 20 minutes. We're definitely getting a little bit close. We're on the very south flank of it. And what we don't want to do, I think, is drive into the storm. We want to stay right in the south flank as much as we can and see what we can see here. There it is. This is bad news. Oh my God. Anything could happen. Get on! Wow. I'll watch the video later. Check step. They try mopping this. It's in there. There it is. There it is.
It's on the backside right now.
There it is.
Alright.
There it is. Camera's not doing nothing. Yeah, dude. Just don't have a good angle to film from here. Yeah, stay tuned. Either an open slot or some kind of a road.
There's a range road there.
Yeah, I'm not trusting that. It's full of grass.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. Keep going. Keep going. The road's gonna maybe turn up here, and if not, we're gonna catch it. Now my camera can't see nothing, but there is a funnel back in there. We had the wall cloud. I'm not sure if the funnel's on the ground or not at the moment, but it looks good. It looks real good. We got a lot of lightning. It's a lot of anger. We can't stay too long. We just called in Environment Canada ourselves and reported it, and then the tornado warning went out about 20 seconds after we hung up, so they are right on it. Doesn't look like it's on the ground at the moment, but it sure was reaching a few minutes ago, and we got a clear, defined wall cloud. Josh's pictures will do it far better justice than mine will. It's in there. And it's tornado warned. Let's go. Okay, we got a tornado, it looks like on the ground. I just called Environment Canada, and they issued a tornado warning about 20 seconds after I called this. It's south of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Got a clear wall cloud, funnel that's been coming and going, wedge-shaped funnel. I know there's a lot of storm chasers on it, but we are in the right quadrant just to see it. Yeah, it looks like it's on the ground. We got ourselves a nadir. We got ourselves a nadir, buddy. It's rising back up again, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not on the ground still, too. We can't see the ground from here. And that is thick, man. That is thick. That's very thick. Here comes the hail. Heavy rain, hail. Oh yeah, this is fun. I'm having fun right now. This is me having fun right now. Right now. So yeah, we're just getting out of the hail core here. Some big rocks in here. I thought I was recording and I wasn't. The tornado that we saw is rain wrapped, so there's nothing we can do to see it. And trying to see it, it's gonna just get us hammered by hail, maybe caught into a bad place. So we're just trying to get a little bit ahead of it, find another high spot and try to watch out. We called that one into Environment Canada, and yes we did. About 20 seconds after we hung out, there goes the 20 seconds after we hung up, the tornado warning went out.
So we're taking credit for that one, I think. We spotted her on the ground. We're in the right spot. I think a lot of people are up in Lloydminster area. We are south of it, thanks to Graham. Wanted to chase the southern flank to see if there's anything going to pop down there. We ended up being able to come straight up from the south in it, being in the exact right place at the right time. So that's credit to you, Graham. It might have seemed like the wrong play at the time, but it was exactly where we needed to be to come up here and get right in the exact position we needed to be. So there was some golf balls and things like that coming down in there. We're just trying to keep out of that. We don't want to dent this car, smash windows, or we're not in for that kind of excitement. But this isn't going to stop. This storm is ready to go. It's cranking. Sketchy, spooky. So we just saw a tornado. It was very brief, but we got some video, some photos and whatnot. We'll try to put them all, as many as we can in this video. What happened was we went south to make this play with Graham to see if this area that had better dew points was going to fire up, and it didn't. We realized right away, and we looked back and we're like, holy, just where we were is blowing up. What happened though is now we're out of position, so we had to rush forward into Saskatchewan side, come up the other side, and that got us on the directly on the south flank of it. So we came up right we could see the wall cloud from a mile, 10 miles away at first. Went to it, got the photo before the hail and all that shit happened, and now I don't know where it is. It got rain wrapped. It's in there, so it's dangerous in there. We don't want to get too crazy. We don't want to get too crazy. We want to stay out of this storm because we've already had big rocks of hail coming down. Non-stop lightning, and it's a gooder. First time I called in a tornado warning. That felt pretty good. So we know there's a tornado warning. Always wanted to do that. It keeps interrupting me to tell me, keeps interrupting my video to tell me there's a tornado warning. I was like, well, we're the one who called it in, so clearly we're aware. Where are we on velocity here? Boom. Oh, I don't want the play I want. That's the nug right there. That's the nug right there. Where are we in relation? Oh. Push south again too, yeah. Josh, your first tornado.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks to Joey.
No, thanks to us. Thanks to Graham.
Thanks to Graham, yeah, he told us to go south.
Yeah, and then we realized not to, but that put us right back in the exact timing position and everything to see the whole...
Absolutely beautiful tornado.
The whole thing, yeah. That was the most wedge-like one I've ever seen. And it's maybe still in there for all we know, judging by that radar scan. In fact, it may be south of us now. I think this one's getting tornado warned now, too. It is. We probably need to get south and get out of here. Get out of this rain core. We're okay, it's behind us if it's anywhere, so. Definitely pretty heavy rain. Now my camera can't see nothing, but there is a funnel back in there. We had the wall cloud. I'm not sure if the funnel's on the ground or not at the moment, but it looks good. It looks real good. We got a lot of lightning. It's a lot of anger. We can't stay too long. We just called in Environment Canada ourselves and reported it, and then the tornado warning went out about 20 seconds after we hung up, so they are right on it. Doesn't look like it's on the ground at the moment, but it sure was reaching a few minutes ago, and we got a clear, defined wall cloud. Josh's pictures will do it far better justice than mine will. It's in there. There it is. This is bad news. Oh my God. All right. Anything could happen. Get on! Wow.
I'll watch the video later.
Oh. Catched it.
They try mopping this.
We just saw another funnel, but it's gone back up inside. But we're gonna do what we can to get around this rain bomb and meet it on the other side and see if we can catch it down there. Be the ones with their eyes on the prize today. Lots of good chasers out and about. Someone was gonna get it, just happened to be us. Team effort, all these chasers out spotting, calling into Environment Canada, letting them know what they're seeing. Everyone trying to do their best to make sure everyone else is safe. Thank you, local storm chasers. There it is, dropping back down.
Yeah, I'm getting up on the hill here for you.
Yeah, keep traveling. Don't stop at all, because this road will come back into it. In order to,
it's just kind of dangerous. I don't think.
Yeah. I'm just saying, don't stop and park.
Yep.
We need to get out and around and in front.
Yep.
This road will double back to it. I don't even have an angle on it from here in the camera. There it is. There it is. Big wedge funnel. Doesn't seem like it's on the ground. And then we got this other area back here. There's like multiple areas trying to produce tornadoes on this storm right now. Yeah, it is. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. That's it right there. We're gonna go get the bugger. Our second tornado now. And there's another one that might even pop out down here. So, I mean, we got weird things happening here. We got tornadoes coming down the line in a way that isn't exactly typical. And we're gonna get right in front of it here as long as we don't lose too much pace. Here comes that big corner. That's on the ground. Looks just like the last one. There's like a behavior here that's very similar. Too bad this road's turning to shit fast. Careful, careful, careful. Keep very straight and in between the... Yeah, don't maneuver because that gravel will suck you. Yeah, we got some time. It's a little ways back, so no panic, no rush. We'll get her. We'll get ahead of this line still. Here comes that next turn to the left. Get, is your... There you go. Front and rear. Full temperature. Let's get the temperature up on that window. Ah, I'm losing it behind the hill still. I don't know if it's on the ground anymore though. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's back there. It's back there. It's a big fat friggin' wedge. Catch up. This is a chaser.
That's Ricky.
Is that Ricky Forbes?
Yeah, let's go meet him.
It is Ricky Forbes. Hey Ricky, get this damn train out of our way!
Hey, go around me.
Go. He says go around him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Look at that little vortice coming out the side there too. This is gonna crank, man. This is gonna go nuts, and it's gonna come right into that area. Everyone, look at the fuck. We got a funnel coming out. Wedge tornado. Oh, I just can't see shit yet until we get inside on the road. It's in there. The legendary Ricky Forbes himself.
Chasing with the two best chasers in Canada.
Yeah.
Booty Joey. Never doubted the weather expert from BC.
Really?
They know their shit.
Now, if we could just get out of this fucking trees and crap and get on that next open road where it's so wide open. It's still on the ground. There it is, but bolts of lightning coming down in behind it.
Are those like 3 different phones trying to...
Yep, it's trying to produce like fucking crazy. It's trying to produce like crazy. We've already seen one on the ground.
That is an absolutely gorgeous tornado.
And we'll be coming up on that next road there real quick. I hope. It's trying. It's gonna produce multiples. But this big one, I can't believe that. Holy cow! That top of that hill, that's the next road, I think. Woo! There it is.
Yes, get it breathing. Stop.
Shit! Yep.
Shit.
Yeah.
That crazy.
Yeah, man, it's cranking fucking mini.
Oh, unreal.
And we seen the one back there too.
Yeah, it's a fucking beautiful one.
Dude, I'm Joey. Braden. Yeah, dude. It's rain wrap somewhere in there if it's still on the ground. If not, it will keep producing. Just keep her nice and easy on this. Just some of our storm chasing adventures there. You can watch all the episodes on the channel. They're all there. They're all there. What's going on? Go watch the videos, folks. Yeah, I like what Josh is saying. Put a lot of time into them. That's right, buddy. We put a lot of time into them. You know, just besides the editing, we had to go out there and get them. And I never would have happened if Josh wasn't out in the prairies. And I was like, call him that morning, like, I want to go, man. And he's like, I'll meet you in Hinton. So, yeah, can't wait to get back out there, man. Excellent person to chase with. Very high opinions. So much fun. It was so much fun. So much fun. Spuzzum are now on evac order due to Anderson Creek fire. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the Spuzzum band was actually pretty good to us back during the in 2004 or 5, we were looking for spotted owls up Anderson River. And that was part of there's a bunch of different biologists and whatnot. Andy, who is probably best known for working with Western Canada Wilderness Committee, he was big time looking for those spotted owls out there, so we went out there. Yeah, and I can't wait to get back out there with Josh too. I mean, I had a great time last weekend. In fact, I think like last weekend was one of my favorite weather nerd times ever. And it's not because we didn't have a lot of action. If I put one more video on before I finish tonight, maybe I should put this on. The best bus day for Canadian tornado chases we ever had. So I get to meet we met a couple of these guys briefly for the Tulabee Lake tornado that came into the Saskatchewan side. We tried to cut it off there and weren't successful. It wasn't on the ground anymore, but we ended up bumping into Trenton Pentelechuk, Brendan Peters, the Twist to Hunters. We ended up bumping into Brendan Forsyth on that stretch. But we didn't really get to talk to them because it was just action time. It was like a matter of like 2 minutes there, look at the storm, get in the vehicles, drive. Nice to meet you is gone. So this last weekend, although we didn't get a tornado, I say that, but the rotating mothership supercell is probably one of my favorite storm chasing moments ever. But in terms of like just being a weather nerd and finding my own kind, I felt like the best bus day we ever had was a special trip we had this last weekend, and we were talking about it with Jenny Haggett on the show. If you were still watching back then, so we might as well play it for you before because Jenny and I got into we just about got ran over by a storm cell that didn't exist. You should have seen it, Josh. So look at the radar. There's nothing there. We look up. There's nothing. Everything's fine. We're driving along. Then suddenly it just was on us. Look at the next radar scan. There's a huge storm where no huge storm was before. And it was really, really fantastic. So we had to run like crazy to get away from that one. So that was a really special weekend, but it wasn't special because of the chase. I mean, the chase was fun at the end, and it had some moments, but really it was a total bust. It was a total bust for everybody. Every storm chaser that met at Vegreville can say the same thing. In fact, they all say the same thing. It was a total bust, but it was also one of their favorite days ever as a weather nerd. And nothing like this has ever happened. What I don't think I explained in the video before was occasionally you get a storm chaser or two converge at the same place. Like we met Graham the day of those two tornadoes that I showed you earlier. You bump into one or two other chasers and you kind of have a little convergence there. But what happened in Vegreville was everyone showed up in the same place. And it was everybody's circles were let's meet in Vegreville at the egg. It's everyone knows the egg. It's easy to find. It's the prairie. It's 20 feet tall. You can see the egg for 50 miles. So you know, like that morning, Trenton Patelachuk's putting his video up. He's like, I'm in Vegreville. And I was like, I'm going to the same place. I wonder if he's still going to be there when I get there, you know. And next thing I know, like I'm telling Ryan Vodolainen, I'm like, hey, meet me at the egg, and telling Hank Leistra, hey, Jenny, meet me at the egg. And then, but they're telling their friends. So next thing you know, Brendan Peters and Forsyth are there. Then Shane Turgeon showing up. And then Paul from Environment Canada showed up. And that's when we knew there was going to be a storm. It came late. It didn't play the way we wanted, but nobody expected there to be a total bust. There was a storm, but it just didn't give us the extreme tornado situation that the 23 dew points predicted. You know, like the dew points were off the charts that day. There was good reason. The upper level instability, everything was there, and it just fired a little too late and in the wrong place. And the low took a little too long coming in from BC. The upper level low is basically what happened. So the best bust day ever. These are all videos on my channel. So I guess I'm showing you this because you're still here. Check out the rest of my channel sometime, because there's a lot more than just Joey talking forecasts. There's a lot of action videos. There's playlists of action videos, whether it's the Wilderness Adventures of Joey, or it's Storms and Craziness, or this playlist that is from our Alberta trip, Back to the Prairie Tornado Chase 2026. I got so many good action videos over the years, and then all the wildfire ones. I mean, I got like seasons and seasons and seasons worth of footage of our crews fighting fires, and a lot of that stuff is nuts, absolutely nuts. So make sure you look up the wildfire season ones. They go back to 2021. 2021. So like there's like 5 seasons worth of fire seasons there that I didn't record anything really before that. Took the odd picture, but in 2021 I took more video, and sometimes Wildfire Service wasn't too happy about it. I had to fight a little bit for my right to take video. Nonetheless, here we go. This is the best bust day Canadian tornado chasers ever had. I'll play it for you right now.
Storm chaser Trenton Patelachuk just checking in here from Vegreville, if you couldn't tell by the background.
Storm chaser Brendan Forsyth just in Vegreville, Alberta, ahead of a very volatile day.
Good afternoon, Ryan Vodolainen here in East Central Alberta. Hopefully you can guess kind of where I'm at by the giant egg behind me.
Storm chaser Brendan Peters with Twist Hunters. I am here in Vegreville, Alberta. It is a beautiful July summer day, 26 degrees already. Environment Canada has issued an extreme risk for Alberta.
Extreme risk today on Environment Canada's outlook. So we got an area from potentially Elk Island Park all the way to Marwayne, and then from St. Paul all the way down to Highway 16.
There it is. This is bad news.
My God.
Falling out right now.
You gotta go!
Get on!
Wow. Tornado on the ground! So welcome to our latest chase trip. This video is made after the fact. So how this all started was it was storming the Caribou, and it was cool. I liked it. And then I picked up the kids, and their mom said, have fun storm chasing. And I was like, yes, have fun storm chasing. Then we drove north to Quesnel, and we watched the storm for a bit. I was like, you know, kids, I wish we were storm chasing in Alberta or Saskatchewan. And the kids were like, let's go. I was like, okay. And even though we didn't have anything with us to go, we just started driving and went to Kevin and Shelly's house. Kevin and Shelly's house. So here we are now on the way home, and we'll tell you about this trip because it was fantastic. Although we didn't see any tornadoes in this trip, what we did do is have this amazing time with all these storm chasers, in which everyone just kind of arrived at Vegreville at the egg, because that was the target zone, and so there was all these chasers there. And then word went around Vegreville, I guess in the social media, whatever. There's storm chasers all gathering at the egg. The next thing we knew, all these young people came, all these kids were being brought by their parents who wanted to be storm chasers someday. And then all the chasers were getting together, talking together, teaching the kids, taking photos together, and it became this great networking, beautiful time. And basically every chaser struck out. We didn't get to see a tornado that day. We did get a bad thunderstorm, as you'll see in this video. But everybody was really satisfied with how the day went. Which just tells you a lot about chasers, that we're all on the same team and we're all, you know, trying our best for our communities and for each other and wanting to be a good people. I had a great time. So here's the kids, here's the sign, here's the yellowhead sign, and we're heading back Heading back. It's B-roll time.
Me shoving food into my face?
Yeah.
Perfect time.
Sorry about that.
Makes you feel better.
Oh, it's a big joke on who can catch the worst photo of me.
Oh my god, okay. Gunjan is so bad for photobombing. What is with him?
Got another one. Is there gonna be storms?
Uh-oh. They'll be chasing with the trains.
The egg hasn't started spinning yet. This is what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed directions.
That's our meteorological marker there.
Maybe the elk over there will send off our warning.
Brendan, Brendan, you got notifications on? Yeah, what?
73 Fahrenheit heat point still. That's what I do this morning.
It says Brendan Force, I liked your stuff finally. Yay, there it is.
I'm gonna go take a picture with the elk.
What do you
There's some
mean?
great rotation in there. Like it looks messy, and then you go to the
velocity scan.
The lowest level velocity scan, and it's been intermittently bouncing.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit there.
It was beautiful earlier. This one was amazing.
I've been seeing
Cold Lake radar.
clips of you
is showing.
online.
Sweet, hopefully they're the good
You
ones.
stand in front of the storm and you tell us what's going on.
I try to, anyways. Brendan, good to meet you.
You're a beauty.
Yep. You've been coming up in my
But yeah,
feed
see,
like on a
you can
regular basis.
See if you-
Every day I see you, yeah.
Well, hopefully I'm providing somewhat of useful
But they're not showing
information,
up
even
when
if
you're
it's
on
just
the
mere
edge.
entertainment. As long as I'm providing somewhat of a use.
Oh, there's a little bit showing up starting to now.
Oh yeah.
Smoky Lake
Brand
though.
new. Smoky
I
Lake.
don't want to go north of the 16th though.
No, I don't really want to go either.
So those ones could just get lost. Joey, blow hard. Blow hard. Get them out of here.
I'm better at sucking than blowing.
Right now. It's her. We're still sitting capped though. It's not capped in there.
Yeah.
Though the cap, look at we're breaking in here.
Environment Canada Paul there, he figured the cap's pretty much breaking right now.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Starting to
How are you seeing it? So what do you see when you look at? How are you seeing the capture?
go to your sim overlay. The lines are where
All the
your-
blue lines?
Yeah, that's your capping.
Okay. Okay.
So you can see in this pocket up where we are.
We are well north of Highway 16, pushing towards the Bonnyville area. There's a trigger coming through here, and it's making this little storm go nuclear fast. I kind of figured it would, so we're almost in position to grab it. Wait till we come over this hill and have a look. Man, boom. Shooting out, anviling out, and you can't see from this angle, but it's punching right up through in the middle. This thing's gonna get mad fast now. This is what we've been waiting for. One of these guys to go.
Storm Chaser Trenton Patelachuk just checking in here again this evening. So as probably most of you can tell, the day didn't pan out exactly how the models were predicting by no means. The extreme risk area definitely had a pretty good cap that held off kind of for most of the day there. We did get some storms that fired up by Bonnyville. They were looking very good. We tried to get up to them there. We got close and then kind of ran out of roads as they moved into Saskatchewan, where one of them ended up going tornado warned. I haven't heard no reports of tornadoes up there. I have heard reports of tornadoes in Rocky Mountain House, and I've seen some pictures of damage up there. Storm Chaser Brendan Force just east of Vegreville, Alberta, and after a challenging forecast and chase day, storms did end up failing to materialize at the prime time they were supposed to in east central Alberta. They ended up forming just to the north near Bonnyville, Alberta, and ended up tracking as no man's land. We're enjoying very strong outflow winds right now, probably pushing to about 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. Behind me, you can see the storm. It's giving off tons of lightning right now, and there is some small hail just north of Vegreville right now. So we're watching as it's pushing up towards us, but as you can see, very strong head of the storm. It's actually unbelievable. You can see the grass is completely bent over from these outflow winds. It doesn't look like we're anywhere near it.
We're not, though. That's the thing.
I think it's that
I think it's that outflow boundary that you can see that it's blowing off. I think that's the shelf.
Oh, okay. So this is the storm in behind where all those
Yeah, I
lightning.
mean, look at where we are in relation. Like, pretty good.
Well, as long as there's not a bunch of moisture here, then yeah, that's fine.
We're quite a ways out.
Hold on, I might as well make sure my camera's actually in focus.
The shelf was 17 kilometers from the storm core.
Yeah, we're just not going to get the shelf, which is what I wanted.
But I wonder what structure's in. In behind
17
here.
kilometers.
No?
It's worth a little wait.
Huh?
Worth a little wait. But yeah, that hail core and everything, that's like still 10, 15. I mean, look at where the lightning is. That tells you where it is.
Yeah.
God damn, is that pretty though?
A better view of a light.
Like, we've been underneath the shelf here for like 3 minutes, and the storm's way out there.
Oh, that's getting windy.
Yeah, it's not even on us, it's just blasting. There's some real anger in there. Holy. Yeah, look how deep in that lightning is.
Yeah. That's better.
Might be a hat on backwards event soon.
I was not just focused in the car shooting a few shots.
Yeah, just before it rolled over us there, I looked back and you can see this other tower south of us going up. But I could see like the sky, like the pure sky behind, and the shelf was sort of in front. Looking back in my mirror, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I like it. After a day of sitting in muggy.
Yeah, really, eh? Give me a cold front. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my hat if it gets much stronger. Look at this right above us. It's gonna just start popping up into storm cells all over in here too. Nice downstroke.
Okay.
Yeah. Before it's too electric out. That's my thing. I'm gonna do the same in a minute. I've been struck by lightning enough times. I'm scared to take a piss now in the storm.
I've had a few close calls, but that was that chaser there, that woman from Wainwright, and we were talking about asking if I was scared in certain situations, and I said honestly,
the lightning.
The only thing that scares me in a storm is the fucking lightning.
Yeah, man.
And she goes, really? Because that doesn't scare me at all.
It will.
There is some structure in there.
It will scare her.
And I said, well, that is like the only thing. Like, you can tell where the heavy winds are. You can tell where the hail is. Watch when it flashes, though. There's some structure.
You can see the... That's nuts looking, though. Boom,
yeah.
This big low...
The whales low.
Yeah, I've seen funnel clouds and shit come out of the front of the storm before like that.
Yeah.
And it didn't make sense at the time, but now I totally expect it. When I see a low-hanging fruit like that in front of the storm, I'm like, I'm watching that. In Nanton.
Oh, Nanton.
Yeah, I thought it was like... I thought it was
my storm experience in Nanton, we stopped at the bakery there. And
oh, yeah.
We got those giant cinnamon buns that are like the size of your hand. The owner like gave us free ones. So whenever we get outside of town, we park and we're just gonna do our sit and wait and take the first bite of the friggin' cinnamon bun, and I look up and I'm like, there's a fucking tornado right there. So the cinnamon buns go flying. And...
Fuck the cinnamon buns.
Oh, that structure in there though.
But that's what I seen. Like I went out to Lurie's Ranch, and I thought I was entering the front of the storm, and suddenly everything opened up, and the low-hanging fruit was there. It was all spinning, fucking, and it was really low to the ground, though, lower than that. Like
There is structure in there though. Like, watch for the lightning flash here.
thought we could get ahead of it, and there's just new cells popping up right on top of us. This thing, and we're like east of Edmonton, and it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The wind's blowing so hard in the outflow. We're just trying to get out of it, basically. Get away from it. Came up on us out of nowhere. No radar contact, and then severe thunderstorm suddenly. Yeah. In the time of one scan, 9 minutes. Oh boy. Yeah, there's no escaping it. At least it's not baseball. Throwing rocks. Oh. Yeah, this storm is jacked. Not playing by the rules. They get so angry they just do whatever they want. When we drove out of the storm, we stopped here in about a minute, got out and looked up, and there was stars. It was crazy. This thing was so tight. Milky Way above, not just stars, like whole star show. I'm trying to get out of there. Jenny even was passing the cops. They didn't even pull us over. They're like, go ahead. They were escorting this truck. Like that's gutsy. I'm going to do it too then. A big cube van. And we're like, we need to get out of here. So Jenny just passed the cops. So I passed the cops too. It's like, well, she's going to do it. Give them 2 targets. That's a little bit less crazy. And they just let us go. And then that poor cube van would have got slammed by this. Thing would be lucky if it didn't get blown over. So first we like go to Viking. I think we're fine. Right on. Then we go up a little bit north of Viking. Yeah. Heading a right, and then right over top of us, boom. 1 radar scan. 0 to hero. Just a bonkers storm. It was very violent. There was stuff, signs down, things blown over, vehicles toppled all over Alberta on Sunday morning. Can you get that out? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the end of me tonight, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'll check the comments here, but it's looks like we're done. Looks like you're done. Looks like I'm done. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for coming by. Like, share, subscribe. We'll see you next week, Thursday. And we'll put the full radio episode up on my Patreon, the radio cut like we always do every week, although I didn't last week because I was chasing storms. Trying to get back to a normal pattern here soon, although I got a construction job coming up next week, so we'll see. We'll see what normal looks like. That's the show. Comedy Meteorology Report number 2.